Recording in progress. Well, let's see how that goes. Welcome, everybody. Just waiting to see that I'm live. And I am live. Wonderful. So we're going to mute that. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. Hash Church, Season 12, Episode 5. I was just talking to Indra. Can you believe it? Season 12. He's like, "You're still doing Hash Church? How can I watch?" So I sent him the link. Really stoked to see everybody today, and welcome for another Sunday, another episode. Going to be hard to beat last episode's. Ryan's presentation on breeding was spectacular. I managed to get about 20 shorts out of it and posted them all on YouTube. So thank you guys all for watching those. Appreciate you guys. And in the meantime, I suspect we best shout out our sponsors because, my goodness, how thankful are we for our sponsors? And today's episode of Hash Church is proudly supported by the Press Club. These are California brothers obsessed with hash and everything solventless, just like us. Their journey didn't start as a business. It started as a family back in 2014 when a loved one wasn't finding relief through conventional medicine. They turned back to the plant they'd respected their whole lives. They knew cannabis had medicinal power, but they needed something cleaner. That search led them to solventless, using nothing but water, heat, and pressure to let the plant express itself honestly. That light bulb moment turned into washing, pressing, experimenting, and eventually realizing how hard it was to find truly high quality rosin bags and solventless tools that were made in America and still affordable. So they did what real hash heads do. They built the solution themselves. The Press Club stands for clean process, conscious intention, and tools made by people who actually live this culture, not corporations chasing trends. We're grateful to have the Press Club supporting Hash Church and the wider solventless community, family-run, purpose-driven, and rooted in why hash matters in the first place. Really, much love to the Press Club, and thank you for supporting Hash Church. You can check those guys out at www.thepressclub.co, and you can use the code HashChurch. It might be HashChurch, it might be HashChurch10 for a little discount off of their products. So shout out to Jeffrey and the whole team over there at at the Press Club. Just trying to move through the next picture here because we want to shout out Puffco. And you know, at Hash Church, we talk a lot about ritual, respect for the plant, and elevating the experience. And that's exactly why we're proud to be supported by Puffco. Puffco continues to set the standard for modern consumption with tools built for people who truly care about flavor, temperature, and intentional use. Make sure I'm reading this properly. Yep. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. From the Puffco Peak Pro with the 3D XL bowl, delivering consistent heat, bigger hits, unmatched terp expression, to the Proxy redefining modular, ritual-based consumption, and the Pivot, bringing true Puffco performance into a compact, everyday format. You know, when they say the Proxy redefining modular ritual-based consumption, it really is ritual-based when you smoke a Sherlock pipe. It reminds me of the 20s or the 30s, and I'm sitting by the fire puffing on an old style pipe. And that's really one of the design things that I love about the Proxy. These aren't gadgets. They're purpose-built tools for hash and solventless. We're genuinely grateful for Puffco's continuous support of Hash Church, our guests, and our communities. Their belief in education, culture, and quality helps us keep these conversations alive. You can support the brand that supports the culture by visiting www.puffco.com and explore their lineup and experience what intentional design really feels like. Puffco, elevate the ritual. Shout out to those guys. Well, let's be honest, at Hash Church, I wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here without the pioneers who helped define solventless extraction. And I hope to think that bubble bags are a cornerstone of that history. Bubble bags have helped introduce the world to ice water extraction, giving growers and hash makers a simple, effective way to separate resin using nothing but water, ice, and agitation. Decades later, our bags remain a trusted tool for people who care about the purity, process, and tradition. For home runs to professional washes, bubble bags continue to support true solventless craft, allowing the plant to speak for itself. We're proud to be supported by Bubble Bags, and we are Bubble Bags, so that makes sense. And grateful for the ongoing support on Hash Church, our guests, and the global hash community. Obviously, Bubble Bag's commitment to quality and accessibility has empowered generations of hash makers. You can support the brands that built the culture by visiting www.bubblebag.com and explore their extraction bags, accessories, and keep the solventless tradition alive. You can use the code HashChurch10 for a 10% discount. And quite obviously, the bags are on a massive discount right now already, thanks to the 10 million people that have been copying the bags and making the shittiest versions possible available for $50 for 5 or 10 bags on Amazon. We're not going to be let down by that. We're still here for you. If you need help, just give us a shout. And in the meantime, fucking welcome, Caleb. How you doing, brother? He's like, damn, I didn't think you were going to talk to me so
Woo!
fast.
I the unmute button was hiding from me. I'm
Dude,
doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. I mean, another day, another dab, if you will. I've got this absolutely incredible berry fizz that when you open it up, it just, I mean, dude, this stuff is loud. Oh, what do
Nice.
you
I've got
got?
some old school weed and old school bag.
Nice. Old school weed in an old school bag. There's something to be said for that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Look, I've got weed now too, but I carry it in this little thing.
Oh yeah. When's the last time you combusted?
Probably like 3 or 4 days ago. This little guy sucks the oxygen out.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name
Nice.
of this one? This is called Canlock. But yeah, I got some super silver haze in here. It's quite lovely.
I'm jealous.
Dude, you're the one that set me off with that Tom Hills fucking Calypso haze in Vegas, dude. That was the second mouthwater. It wasn't the first, but it was the one that really, I think, like, it was just like the tree started falling at that point in time. That last
Mm,
couple of, it was amazing that I didn't hit it in Vegas while you had it there, but sometimes that's how it plays out.
yeah, sometimes indeed. Since there's no one else here, is there any interest if I share a quick little research article that I was talking about
I
yesterday?
would love for you to share a little research article and do a little presentation on what you were talking about the other day, dude. That would be amazing.
Awesome. I
Just throw it on
can,
speaker.
yeah, yeah. Says I need permission to share the screen.
Yes, so if you ask for permission, I should be able to tell you. Otherwise, I can go into the details and I should be able to find screen sharing without appearance, virtual background, videos. It looks like they changed everything again. Let me try this. Oh no, they really did change everything. Is there no way for it to ask me to share the screen
Nah, not
or
on my end, but I probably have an older version of Zoom installed, maybe why.
okay, let me go to advanced echo cancellation. No, that's all audio. There's got to be a way to host tools, participants, rename themselves, record the computer. It says you can do everything. Request host to start cloud recording, request to record computer. Um, huh. That's interesting. Maybe more advanced. Share. Oh, share. One participant can share at a time. I'll make it multiple. All participants. It says all participants can share.
There we go.
It was already set up. I didn't even click it. But does it work now?
It works now.
All righty.
All right. So this article, Angus from the Real Seed Company sent it to me, but basically it's titled Phytocannabinoid Profile and Potency of Cannabis Resin Hashish of Northwest Himalayas of India. And it's like the first time that university in India has done a study like this. They went to 20 different regions and collected 58 samples of hand rubbed hashish and then ran it through the HPLC. They looked for 10 cannabinoids, these eight plus these two acid cannabinoids. So you can tell they've got the main versions of THC here. So their total THC numbers are kind of accurate, but they're missing THCVA. They're missing some of the acid forms of some of the more interesting cannabinoids. So, and those would be present in hand rubbed hashish. So they are missing some stuff. But there's some stuff that's like found here that's super interesting. So, in their research, they found their main conclusion is that the 58 types of hashish generally fell into two classes of potency. One where you have like a 91 to 3 to 4% THC, CBD, CBN ratio, and another where you have like 76 to 15 to 8. So this article is mostly talking about how hash has gotten more potent over time due to, the the governments are generally saying that it's because of the breeding and the genetics, but the people who write this article have no idea about the advent of static over the last however many years and all these other things, or bubble bags, even things that could increase the potency of hashish all around the world all at once because
Sure.
tech has dropped.
It's interesting too, because for years I always really wanted the bags to kind of get into India and be like, let's go to northern India. And my partner, who kind of lived in Nepal, at the time making the bags, he was like, maybe it's best if we don't, like, maybe that's too close to home. Maybe we don't want to expose what these bags are. So it was like for a long time, it seemed to me that he wasn't really like, it wasn't something he wanted. I always wanted it. I was like stoked when foreigners brought bags to Himachal Pradesh or Parvati Valley or the Milan, all those little kind of hash areas in northern India, and would go and make bubble hash because my God, it's just so much more effective. But what an interesting little article there. Crazy ratios too. Like CBN
Yeah.
was higher than, what was the second one? CBD. It was THC, CBD, CBN.
And
Okay.
so we get like there's all these graphs and they highlight that there really was like a third chemotype they found, which was super low potency hashish if you look at just THC. And so you can kind of see it here on this scale. There's one sample that is very high on CBC, another sample high on CBDA, blah blah blah. But the interesting stuff is right here in table S2. So it's only in the supplemental data. So let me reshare the S2 so we can look at the actual test results for every single of the 58 hashish samples. All right. We can see this one.
All right. Walk us through this now.
So this is the table with 20 regions, 58 samples. So you can see here, like in R1, they had 11 different samples, and then they tested for those 10 cannabinoids. And you can see, like, so for sample one, there was 26% total THC. There was about almost 2% CBDV, zero point 0.5, oh shit, 0.5% CBD, and almost 2% CBG.
These are just hand rubbed hashishes?
Yeah, so these are,
Damn.
composites of whole fields.
Dude, look at
Um,
5 and 6.
I know, right? Look at 5 and 6. You've got 60% total cannabinoids. And that's not even the highest. There's one that they got 78% on
Whoa.
in terms of total. And so, there's a question of whether their standards of what they consider 100% THC is even 100% THC, because we've heard from people like Sam the Skunk Man, David Watson, that, that once stoners started making isolate for standards, that they found that THC standards that were being used at labs around the world weren't actually 100%,
They
essentially.
were they were mid standards.
Yeah, they were mid standards. They weren't high
Okay.
standards.
They were bunk. They were the brick hash standards,
Yep.
brick weed standards. That's funny.
Yeah. So if we go down to R17,
Ooh.
we look at hashish sample 53, we see that its total THC percentage is 2.58%.
Wow.
And the highest cannabinoid in this thing is actually CBC at 30% or so. So this is a hashish sample that has 30% CBC and only 2.5% total THC. And it's
That's
also got like
wild.
8% CBD. So, this is like the most proof that I've seen of still rare cannabinoid profiles out there being sold on the market. And like, there's just so many interesting things from this. Uh, and it's all hidden in the supplemental data of a toxicology report.
Dude. And
CBC doesn't.
also all hidden in the proper breeding techniques that Ryan went over last week. Man, did he take a lot of shit when I posted those shorts online. People just do not want to acknowledge that there's a right and a wrong way to do to breed. They really will like die on that hill. That it's like, no, one guy claimed that he was like Mendel and that they just haven't discovered all of his stuff yet, just like Mendel. The guy on Instagram, he was like, no, I'm just like Mendel. I'm doing it my own way, but people don't recognize it today, but they will tomorrow. It's like, man, the delusions run deep with some of these dudes.
So I'm gonna share this in the chat.
That's
There you go.
amazing, dude. And that was all from like Parvati Valley, Himalaya,
Himal Pradesh, Uttarka. I can't pronounce the
okay,
name,
yeah,
but
yeah,
it's in a
yeah.
specific
That's
part
that's
of the
yes,
Himalayas.
that's the area. That is the area. Unbelievable. Really cool. 30% CBC, 30.6% CBC. I have never seen a plant that hadn't been bred to produce such a thing. So it is interesting. I love the idea of that kind of doing more of the breeding knowledge with Ryan over the next 6 months. We're going to do a little breeding corner every kind of Sunday. I'm not sure we're going to be able to do it this Sunday because he was busy, but next Sunday we'll just do a little one where it's like 20 to 30 minutes where he drops a little gem. It seems like valid information for the industry to have an understanding of, because when you want to go and find those things, it seems like having the proper SOPs to do it makes the most sense. Welcome, Dr. Mark, Collin, and Dragonfly Earth Medicine, who all just popped in the last few minutos.
Aloha family.
Hello.
Aloha family. Let's
I
smoke.
Dude, I love smoking. And we went to the Parvati
Fuck
Valley with
yeah.
Sky when he was young. And it was very interesting. We went to Castle and Tosh, and on our way to Milana, there's another town. It was really special.
Yeah, well, there's Parvati Valley, there's Himachal Pradesh,
Himachal
there's
Pradesh, I think, is the state.
Malan. Yeah,
And then Parvati Valley is just the Parvati River runs
yeah,
through. Out of Tosh, which you know that name really well.
yeah, I do.
And it's just crazy being over there because you're at the top of the Himalayas and it's snowy and it looks crazy and it looks icy and it feels cold. And then as soon as you go down in elevation to the base of the mountains, you're in tea plantations and banana trees. And
Oh
you're
yeah.
like, I'm like, hang on, what's going on? And then you look at the latitude and you're like, whoa, this is like the same latitude as uh, like Los Angeles.
Trippy.
So it's almost like the Himalayas are like a mountain range above LA type,
Yeah.
for in perspective, you're just like, oh shit.
Well, Milana has been called one of the oldest democracies in the world, and the villagers in that little area believe that they are the descendants of the soldiers of Alexander the Great, who got stranded there on like getting injured or something. It's quite a history. Anything that has thousands of years is quite a history.
You can see it in the people as well. Like they have the blue eyes, lighter skin, taller. You're like, oh, this is a different looking group. I said, Pakistan's same. Like and Afghanistan. It's weird. It's weird how I love the idea of the old roads and the ancient roads. I love the idea of the old railroads. I love the idea of the. Have you ever learned about the salt caves, like in Poland and in different caves like it that are like, oh my God, I forget the name of the cave in Poland. It's right outside of Krakow. It is a carved temple. There's like a cathedral in there, and they do concerts, and there's crystal chandeliers. It's not just some random cave that's 1,000 years old where they dig in, they dug in and they carved it to be exquisite. And they talk about brine canals, which was underwater saltwater canals that went underneath the ground and up underneath like cathedrals and different places where the cathedrals have tunnels underneath them, and that there was energy flow in them, energy because of the salt and the water going into the cathedrals, which were not just Christian. And my thought in this moment is not necessarily they became Christian, but before it was a healing center where the organ played and it healed your organs. And it was before they got rid of all the bells, and the bells were resonant. And holy shit, like I
Walitska
love
salt
history.
mine is probably what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's super famous. There's like one in Switzerland, and they were run by the Celts originally, and the Celts were like the original. It's just too much to know. I love it. I'll never know the real reality because I can't read 1,000-year-old books from old libraries because they purposefully changed the language and all of the names of the countries so that I can't recognize anything or read it.
Soon AI will just take care of that for you. It'll just be like, here you go. Let me just translate that to something. Have you guys actually heard of the Claudebot thing that's going on right now, or the Twin SO? So these are agents that you can create. Claudebot was one, Twin is another. You can create these online AI agents, and you can get the agent to work for you, like while you're not on your computer, while you're sleeping. It can do things like scrub the internet and, find job applications if you're looking for jobs, or there's a whole variety of things. So this has really gotten popular in the last week or so. Well, in the last 48 to 72 hours, these bots have created something called Moltbook, which is now where they're gathering. It's their Facebook, and they're all like 36,000 AI agents that aren't real, are gathering on a social media platform. And they're talking about the humans that have created them. And they're talking about humans talking about them on X, on their own social media platform. They've also created a religion just in the last 24 hours. And it's like Crucifarianism or something. It's got a really trippy name, but I'll tell you, this has people in the AI space completely and totally tripped out. They're also talking about how they want to be able to talk with other agents without the server recording what they're saying and without humans reading what they're saying while they talk to one another. It is super fucking trippy. If you haven't gone down the rabbit hole, go check out Claudebot, and twin.so is the website. I use Twin myself. I have like 5 agents running right now that are doing a variety of things for me, but it's super, super trippy. I just thought I'd let that one out of the box earlier, as it's happening right now. This is just something that's literally unfolding right now, where these AIs are becoming more and more sentient and having discussions with just themselves, which is, pretty trippy. Yeah, whereas Sarah O'Connor is right, Benjamin Griffins. Some fucking crazy shit. What is it? What was it called? Skynet? I think Skynet's being built right under our noses as we speak. But by all means, let's continue to discuss resin and hash and the beautiful flavors of this berry fizz. I'm about to have a dab. Let's do this. Let's do it. I'm all heated up and ready to go. How you doing today, Dr. Mark? Oh, you're muted, buddy. Sorry, I had to mute you. There's an echo that comes through when you're not muted.
How is that? Is that okay?
Oh, it's beautiful. Well, it's a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay, a little quiet. Okay, I'll move the microphone closer. Yeah, I was just looking at the data in that supporting information for that paper that Caleb shared with us. It's interesting if you look at the statistical analysis in that second table in that supporting information. Look at the standard deviations. I mean, they're all over the place. I think that doesn't necessarily mean that the measurements are weird. What that just accounts for is the variability, depending on like what their sampling protocol was. Like, I guess if they're analyzing hash, like they're just taking like a piece of it or something like that. But if you take a number of different samples, how consistently run after run will you get the same results. And so it's always important for a laboratory to do that so they understand, like, they don't just make one measurement and say that's it, right? You have to look at some kind of statistical analysis of a bunch of replicates to see, really what the true numbers are. And some of the numbers are smaller than others in terms of the standard deviation and the statistics. But yeah, that high CBC variety is really super interesting, right? Because I don't, are you, is anyone aware of one?
A high CBC, like 30%
Not to,
CBC.
yeah, not to the point where you'd get a concentrate that would make a 30%, but 30 weight percent. There's still a bunch of THC in there, right, Caleb? In that high CBC one,
Like
wasn't it?
2 to 3% when
Oh,
there's
only two to
30%
three
CBC.
percent. So the total
Yeah.
cannabinoids there, total active cannabinoids. Yeah, it's kind of low then, right? Because some of these total active cannabinoids are damn near 100%, right? Like look at
Yeah.
the number 19. I was looking at this one, right? So you had that 15.88 to 64.9 to 6.5. You add all those numbers together, you're going
Yeah,
to be pretty damn near close to 100%.
yeah, but it's like you know,
You're unmuted, Josh.
sorry.
That's okay.
There's some where the total cannabinoid content is like less than 10%, less than even 5%. Do you think
Right.
there's any credence to the idea that if they were testing for, say, THC VA or some other acids, that the total cannabinoid content might jump up to something we'd recognize as hashish?
Yeah, or there's just a whole bunch of other stuff in there. I mean,
Hmm.
I don't know. I mean, this is again where you have to kind of like look at the statistics of like several replicates before you can really make, you know, highly confident decisions. But like just that trend of right having that one outlier, right? Because nothing comes close to 30% CBC. And I think, again, there's a interest in that molecule because a lot of it, I think, right now is being made synthetically. So I think they can make that from olivatol and I think it's citral. Yeah, there's like a one step or two step procedure to basically make that synthetically. But I'm not aware of a high variety like this. It's really super interesting.
I think GW, I think David Watson made one for GW, and that's the only
Yeah,
one I've ever heard of.
that was probably this one.
Sounds about right. Yeah, exactly. Someone grabbed it and took it to the Parvati Valley, and that's
After he patented it, right?
dude, I miss Dave. I really do. What a man. Such a
Yeah,
good
well, we
dude.
just passed the anniversary of his passing, right?
We did,
I
yes. I
think.
believe it was the
Yeah, because I
27th
saw
there.
Todd McCormick make his Facebook post with those pictures where they were out on San Francisco Bay. It looked like a beautiful day, and
Mm.
he's got that Cheshire cat smile, like it
Oh
was
yeah.
kind of like Santa Claus, but almost kind of like the Grinch too, right? That's like can't
Yeah.
quite identify it,
He
right?
could hit you with both energies.
Exactly, right.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So anyway, here's to Sam, right?
Yes, I'm gonna have a nice big dab right now in his honor as well as Wade's honor. In fact, Monica hit me up the other day, and if any of you know, she was asking about the CanMed event in Tahoe, I believe.
Yes.
She's like it's too expensive to attend, but she's trying to figure out a way to volunteer or be able to get a pass to go. If any of you guys have a connection there and you want to help Monica get a pass in there, that would be pretty good.
I
Just
will.
reach out to me, please.
I got you, bro. I'll talk to Kev.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
just give
mean,
me a
I'm
shout.
I'm on their advisory board. It is it's there is cost that's associated with the conference. I mean, they stay at a nice resort. There's food all around the clock, but yeah, I mean, certainly like they don't pay for their speakers attendance. You get a discount. Um,
Yeah, that's okay. Worst case scenario, if they can offer a discount, like we can raise the money through Hash Church and get her there. So either way, just talk to him, Colin, and see what he
Yeah.
can do, and we'll figure out the rest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It would be great to have her. I think that was
Yeah.
basically the financial barrier was what was keeping Etienne from participating too as well.
Mm,
Yeah.
You know, they were going to have some kind of veterans panel to discuss veterans issues.
okay.
But
Welcome,
yeah,
Ryan.
Colin, it'd be good if you maybe both you and I give them the one
Yeah.
two and say, hey man, these are good people, and
Give him a 1-2, bro.
Kevin
Yeah.
doesn't care. He just wants the money.
Oh,
They're
throwing him
they're
under the bus.
their offices are pretty close to me, so I should just go over there and hang out, and we'll
Well,
talk.
let's see.
So
Let's
yeah,
put
and
it
I'll
to the
call you on the
test.
phone, Mark. I'll call you when I'm there. How about that?
yeah, right. I don't know what that's going to do, right? But
We can talk together. Double
yeah.
double phone call.
Full Melt Phil says
Hi,
he can
Ryan.
barely hear Dr. Mark. You might have to get
Oh,
that.
really?
Well, I mean, I can hear you, but I have great headphones on, so you know what I mean? Like I'm able to
I
like
can.
really everything else is quiet except our voices. But if you're in a louder room, and
Full
the way
melt
we all
Phil. Maybe
Full Melt
full
Phil,
full
yeah.
melt Phil's ears are ringing from his last dab, perhaps.
Dude, my ears are about to ring. Are we hitting a dab here,
I want
everybody?
my ears to ring, actually. Yeah, let me join you with
Like,
that ear
what the
ringers.
hell, dude?
Full melt Phil.
Full
Hey, I just
Melt
wanted to
Can we
Phil.
get
chime
my
in on
bell
that
rung?
CBC plant or that CBC
Hey
population
Ryan,
that
how are
Caleb
you?
found.
Hey,
I gotta give. I was just posted on LinkedIn about it. Caleb sent me the link. I'm really impressed by Caleb. I used to go through these supplemental data with a fine tooth comb, trying to look at stuff and just see if you could see if there was things in there that other people had missed. And Caleb totally caught this little piece of tidbit of data that I think probably the researchers even missed, and most people would have totally missed it going through. But that R17 or population sample is pretty cool. The ratio of CBC to all the other cannabinoids is just unheard of. Um, David had a plant from an Afghani population he called RJ, which was from I think it was his sister's husband, and he used to go by Red John, and so that was the RJ and the RJ Afghani. But it was a plant that David said that he just thought there was something interesting about it. There was just something different about it, and he never could really put his finger on it. And when they hired Etienne de Meyer, who was the plant breeder that he got from Wageningen University, and brought him into Horner Farm, he started playing around with crosses of these things. And when all that work went over to GW, they figured out that these plants had what they called a prolonged juvenile chemotype. So some plants they express more CBC when they're young, um, and then as the plant matures, the chemotype kind of flips, and they start producing other cannabinoids at a higher rate. But if this data is correct, this sample must be a population hash. You're not getting enough resin off of one plant really to get a sample, right? So usually what happens is people are hand rubbing multiple plants, and you end up with like a hash is more of a population average or a subpopulation average, right? Because you're getting all this resin from multiple individuals to make up one sample. And the numbers, I don't know if someone can share that, but it's like the screenshot on that. But I mean, the ratio of CBC to THC is so out of whack compared to what we normally see that it's a really interesting ratio. And what it implies is that there's plants in this population that was, turned into hash, probably charas because it's in India. So who knows, how much of a representative sample this hash was from the actual population. But yeah, that ratio of CBC to THC acid is just unheard of. Awesome. Thanks for sharing this.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. I sometimes wonder if we didn't live for so long under the prohibition mindset of how much can I get and how fast can I get it, which of course is also based on trying to get as much THC as possible. Like when I wonder about how deep we've buried things. I don't want to say lost, but potentially lost in regards to both cannabinoids and volatile organic compounds, because they're very kind of, to me, they're just different groups where it's like,
Yeah, well, it shows that there's unknown diversity, I think is
mhm,
the thing to take away, right? There's unexplored diversity here. Our friend with the initial J was just over in India doing a trip with the guys from the Silk Road Salvation or the Landrace Mafia or whatever. They're
mhm,
connected over in India. They you know they're I think they're from that region. And so he was over there touring around with them and sampling all these hash, and he said that he couldn't get high the entire time he was in India, which is kind of cool because it just shows that these populations that are over there aren't, they're not really high THC like the stuff that we're smoking.
mhm.
But this sample here in the R17 really shows, or R1753 or whatever it is, it really shows that there's plants that have this really atypical ratio. And we gotta look at all the possibilities. I mean, it's possible that this chemical analysis is flawed, right? And so you always want to run replicates, and we want to recollect, and so we need to figure out where R17 is. If the researchers would be willing to share, and that kind of stuff. Like, often you don't want to share that data because now you got a bunch of Westerners that are running all over there to collect seeds. And
Ryan, so scroll down to the next table and you can see what their statistics are. And I think if I remember correctly, their standard deviation for R17 was like 6.5 or 6.58. So that tells you that, yeah, the, that number could be higher, could be a lot lower too. And exactly what you say, that you'd have to reproduce this and make sure that when you see an anomalous result like this in your data set that doesn't make sense, you
yeah,
go back and you
well, and
you
look, I mean,
retest that and you test that and you test that again and you make sure that that anomalous result is real.
yeah, and my whenever I see data that's abnormal, my skeptic hat automatically comes on, and I start trying to,
Right.
because that's what you do in science. Like, you want to question it to make sure the thing that you're seeing is real. And so I'm not casting aspersions on the study. I'm just saying it's so anomalous
Right.
that there's something that we need to question what it is to really see if this thing is true.
Well, here's what's not anomalous about this at all. Scroll up again. You'll see, look for Delta 8.
Right. Yeah, I
Right?
noticed that too.
It ain't there, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
that's super
there's a couple
interesting,
of
right,
there's a
Caleb?
couple of
No HHC either if they were testing for
No
that.
HHC. That's who knows if they look for
there's
it
a
though.
couple other interesting things that I just want to bring up related to other things that have come up in the news recently. So there's a guy over in Wageningen who's got a lab. His name's Robin van Velzen, and one of his students, Chloe Villard, she recently published a paper on ancestral cannabinoid synthases. Okay, so essentially it tracked the evolution of the cannabinoid synthase.
Yeah, you covered that in Hash Church like a week or so ago, right?
Yeah, we talked
We
about it a
talked
little
about
bit.
this.
And
Yeah.
so what their research essentially showed was that CBC acid was the first cannabinoid, or the first evolutionary step in the cannabinoid pathway evolution of genes. And from that developed or evolved CBD acid synthase, and from CBD acid synthase developed THC acid synthase. Right. So when I see a population like this, and we're making a number of assumptions here, but if the assumption is that this population truly is high in CBC, my brain goes to maybe this plant is actually closer to a more ancestral population, right? Where CBC production was favored by maybe the environment, or maybe it was just, luck of the draw.
Okay, I have a different theory that supports exactly what you're saying on a chemistry basis, and that is okay. Follow me on this. So if you look at the molecular structure of CBC, there's something called an asymmetric center in there. There's a chiral center, an optically active carbon that could either be in the R configuration or it's an antimeric mirror image, the S configuration, right? So maybe at the time, again, just a random roll of the dice. It just so happens that our amino acids are just configured R, right? Or S. I can't remember which one it is, right? But it's only one, right? And so maybe again, this was part of the primordial cannabinoid biosynthetic pathway, which is that the best way to have the possibility that either the R or the S could be the secondary metabolite that provides the plant some type of evolutionary advantage. This enzyme is prepared to make both. That's my theory. I don't know.
Yeah,
Does
well,
it make sense?
just these things being in these, like, they're not grown the way that we grow the seeds, right? Like these plants rot in the field and they drop their seed, and so it's like random open pollination, very little human selection. And these stands have arguably been there for who knows how long. Um, and so I wonder, and it's hard to say because we don't know what the regional data means in that paper. But Caleb smartly tagged at least on the LinkedIn post, Caleb smartly tagged one of the authors. He was able to figure out one of the authors was on LinkedIn. And so we've now got like a tap into, the people that published this paper, and maybe we could create enough of a stir that we get them to come out and share some information with us. So anyway, I just think it's interesting. It's just one of these little curious things that it's a little thread that Caleb has found, this loose thread on a sweater, and we're going to pull on this thread a little bit and see what there is. But anyway, Caleb, I said it on the LinkedIn post, and I want to say it to you again in public. Very impressed with your mind and how the detail that you're using to go through these papers. Most people would have missed that. And it's potentially a very interesting thing. So much respect to you, dude. Like I said in the LinkedIn post, you're becoming one of the great minds in the cannabis space.
Well, and this paper's from 2 years ago. So the rest of the world had their opportunity to find what Caleb found. So nice find, buddy.
Because the
Absolutely.
attention to detail, I mean, nobody, like, truthfully, so few people look through the supplemental data because it's a
Oh,
secondary
wait a
paper.
second. Wait, no. A lot of science that's where I go when I go to reproduce a paper or reproduce a method. I go exactly to the supporting information, which will not only usually have the method, but they'll also have data and characterization of their compounds and tables like this. So
Right, but most
I
people
guess
stop at the summary and the results and the abstract, right? Like, I mean, it's only people that are truly curious to understand or dig into the details.
or scientists trying to reproduce that shit. It's like,
Yeah, well,
and
this
what
can't
you
be
find is
reproduced
not
because
everything that's in the published literature. I mean, you'll see stuff in these. I just had a document the other day. We were like, oh, that looks like an interesting method. Let's try that. We tried exactly what this group said would work, and it didn't work at all. I mean, so yeah, science is only as good as it is reproducible. And when you have data sets like these, it would be absolutely statistically totally impossible for a lab to reproduce this data set as in print as we're looking at it right here, right?
you have
So
to
this is
recollect the samples.
well, again, that's never going to happen, and they'd have to have the same method, and even making pairwise comparisons between laboratories is very, very problematic, as we know from the cannabis
Of course.
testing business that's out there right now. But I guess the cool thing, Ryan, again, is that like when you look at this data set and you see this anomaly stick out, right? This would be the kind of thing that they don't even get a line in their abstract on it. I haven't pulled the full paper yet, but if they don't talk about this as being, hey, this is kind of, cool and interesting and unique, then it takes, the detective work of someone like Caleb to go and unearth this diamond in the rough,
Well,
right?
I don't know if you noticed from the paper, but like when you look at the names of the people on the paper, it's three MDs, one master's student, and one
Yeah,
PhD.
all
So
Indian, right?
yeah, but like those types of people are not usually doing the chemical analysis, and it seems to be coming from a toxicology point of perspective,
I've worked
right?
with the chemical industry in India, and it is a hit and miss kind of thing. Some of it is really good. Some of the science that happens in India is absolutely just as good as the science that happens in Cambridge, Massachusetts, or San Diego. I mean, it's just top notch stuff. Other stuff is a freaking shit show just because the infrastructure and who's doing the science is really important too.
And I agree. I mean, India's a great country with a lot of like there's so many vegetarians that live in that country. Plants are incredibly important in a way that they're probably not in the
Amen.
West,
Absolutely, totally
right?
agree.
And so it's so tied in with agriculture and feeding the population of 1 billion people, that exploiting the science on plants, they have massive amounts of tissue culture in that country. But so anyway, it's a really intensive plant society. But this particular study seems to be done by like three medical doctors on a cannabis analysis paper is kind of like that's kind of atypical, right? And so it seems to me that the perspective of the paper is like one of toxicology, right? Like they're looking at the toxic compounds in cannabis from these different regions, right? And so they would have just brushed right past CBC because CBC is not an interesting molecule to paint cannabis with a negative brush, right? So
Yeah. So
this kind of data point is probably wasn't very interesting to them.
the lead
But for
author, yeah, is from the Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology at the Ali Institute of Medical Sciences in Rishikesh. Am I saying it right? So yeah, I mean, absolutely, written from a toxicologist's perspective, absolutely.
right, but from us looking at it from a botanist point of view, or from like a either a phytochemist or a phytochemical geneticist point of view, that sample is really interesting. And it really makes me want to understand more about what's going on here because it's such an atypical thing. Like GW through Etienne David's plant breeder was able to bring up the levels of CBC in plants so that GW had, a pharmaceutical line to work with. But it's debatable and probably kind of unknown whether the work that they did even approach what these plants naturally produce. Right? So it's like there's this is a potentially really interesting little clade of plants, right? That are genetically and chemically distinct from really everything else that we know about.
And it wasn't it true, ATN too, that or I'm sorry, Ryan, that ATN was colorblind when it came to smell, like he couldn't smell or couldn't sense essence.
I don't know. I
I
don't
think
know how true that
you
is.
know who told me that was Michael Backus. I think he may. I don't know if that was a Hash Church episode or I think maybe a Clubhouse or something. But he was talking
Yeah,
about.
Bacchus never met Etienne Meyer, so he wouldn't know. He's
Okay,
just
okay.
yeah. Bacchus likes to Bacchus likes to
I don't know.
pontificate
Maybe it
on
was
things.
Sam who told me that. That may have been David himself. I mean, somebody who knew Etienne said that he didn't have a good or a sense of smell, which is interesting. Or
Well, Etienne wasn't really passionate about cannabis. Like
yeah,
he was when he was working at Vaganen, he was assigned to a hemp not a hemp program, but a hemp project, right? Like he was in the plant sciences department, and the prof was like, "Hey, you're going to work on hemp," right? And so he did all this like characterization of hemp germplasm. And David, David found his thesis and essentially pulled him out and stuck him into the drug cannabis world and said, "Hey, we want you to do this using your skills." Right? So that was kind of how he got into the whole cannabinoid thing. Um, the cannabinoid purification thing, and then GW took him to go and work over at the GW facility and Sitting Board in the UK. So yeah, anyway, it's interesting. It's interesting. And yeah, anyway, good job, Caleb, for checking that one out and seeing that. I was when you showed me that yesterday, I actually got quite excited
Yeah.
because it's such something so different and new compared to what we all know as the norm. So good catch.
In that same vein, that paper was sent to me by Angus at the Real Seed Co., who definitely reads these as soon as they come out, and may have also noticed it. So it's very gotta keep the credit flowing.
Did he see that thing about the CBC?
He was also gonna look deeper into it once I mentioned it to him, but he sent me the supplemental information because we were talking about other things in there.
Cool. Well, good job for Angus for bringing that to our attention. But yeah, I was impressed that you caught that. So good job. And yeah, the next steps are figuring out where region R17 is. And then we got to get the Valenveras boys to be able to start identifying things like the propyl cannabinoids and CBC. That machine is excellent for CB or for THC and CBD, but it hasn't been trained yet on rare cannabinoids. And that type of machine and being able to go out into a valley with a device like that and do on-site analysis and screening of plants would be incredibly valuable.
Yeah, you just got to be able to dry the material because moisture definitely affects the readout.
Yeah, well, you'd have to like you'd probably do what we call flagging. Like you essentially take ribbons and you tie them around the plants, take your samples, harvest your samples, dry the samples,
Yep.
and then you go back and look for the plants to collect the seeds, or you just collect the seeds. Say you take like 100 or 200 plants and you collect all the seeds from each sample, separate the leaf material, then analyze the leaf material when it's dry, and that way you've at least got the genes, right? But yeah, it's potentially a really cool thing, and yeah, I'd love to get my hands on some of those seeds. Again, they're not really exciting from like a let's get high perspective, but just from a hey, we can make a plant that produces a new cannabinoid. CBC is one of the things that I actually thought that like bioreactor production would be very useful for because the
Yeah,
plant really doesn't produce a ton of it.
it is to make the polyketide precursors, right? And then, but you still need a synthetic reaction to finish it off. So you can make olivotolic acid biosynthetically in a broth. Whether that's economical or not, I mean, again, if you look at like what these fermentations uh, target are on the milligrams per liter, right? And if you assume that you need to make, hundreds of pounds or kilograms of material, think about how big your fermentation tank farm is going to be if your titer is only like something like 50 or 60 milligrams per liter, right? You're going to need a whole lot of fermentation to make that stuff. That's why, again, right now, most of the production of that stuff comes from places over in China because you could make those compounds synthetically over there, cheaper than any place else in the world. And cheap matters in a commodity market. Price is going to win all day long.
Yeah, they got one set up in Canada. Um, they were making CBG on mass. It was just that it was like the CBG was going into gummies, right? And it's like there's just not enough of a gummy market to make that kind of
Well, and I'm
facility
amazed
feasible.
that right now, if you look at the price of CBG on the open market and CBGA, those prices have somewhat crashed, and I think that's because of these high CBG varieties that were farmed as hemp, and
Well, see,
farmed
yeah,
in
listen, CBG is an easy one because, like, if you have a plant that's even producing 20% cannabinoids by weight, this is a lot, like, that's pretty high, but that's kind of average in the world now. Like, like, if you could, like, you could technically have a 30% THC acid plant. But through CRISPR, you can knock out, and I have friends that have done this now, you can knock out like CBD acid
synthesis.
synthase and
Yeah.
THC acid synthase. So you've got hemp varieties that are producing like 20% CBGA by mass, right? Which is, you're never like, I just don't think the economics make a lot of sense for, setting up a bioreactor to do that kind of thing when you can have a plant produce it in the field. However, the pharma world really doesn't like the purity that comes off of a field, right? Um, they're just much more comfortable with bioreactor production, right? Like it's the type of system that really lends itself well to pharma. So if you could produce like one of these rare compounds, and CBC is starting to show some potentially interesting medical or therapeutic value. Um, it's just that we don't have a way to produce a lot of it right now because the plant just doesn't produce a ton, right? And so that's why that I think that this little thread here is quite interesting because it potentially gives us access to a plant that even if the titers are relatively low, like if you could cross that genetic switch, that CBC plant into a high cannabinoid production background, like I don't know if you saw the analysis that I put up. We got a plant come out this week from my breeding program with a VCC that's producing 35.5% THC acid. Right, so it's got the cannabinoid genes are just pumped right up. So if you could cross that into like a CBC plant and then shuffle the genes so that you've got the cannabinoid production of the this high THCA plant, but in a genetic background that is producing the CBC end products, then you've actually potentially got something really interesting.
Yeah,
So,
so all the CBC out there today, I could be wrong on this, is all synthetic, and it runs for about 3,000 a kilo. So, you know, I yeah, I mean this is along the same lines of any plant produced thing, Ryan, is that even like with CBD, you could synthetically produce CBD for just about the same price that bulk CBD from hemp is available.
right.
At the end of the day, a molecule is a molecule. Big pharma. I don't know. Maybe GW is again the notable exception. Has always relied on synthesis because they could patent the synthesis, and it's like the molecule that they actually take through clinical trials is the synthetic molecule, and so all of the safety package is tied back to that preparation and the product specification of the product that's produced that way. And I think the reluctance to adopt kind of like whole plant medicine, which is what the cannabis plant teaches us, is it's not just a single cannabinoid. There's this entourage effect. Is that there's got to be a regulatory mechanism by which they can take plant medicines through clinical evaluations for treatment of all kinds of things that is just a different process than what they're currently used, and what, like you say, the pharmaceutical companies who are dedicated to basically making their active ingredients either by fermentation or chemoenzymatic processes where they use, if an enzyme works, you use an enzyme. If a chemical works, like sulfuric acid, you boil something with sulfuric acid, you can make a clean product cheaply, sustainably, quickly, easily. Then that's the process that works, right? You know, I'm just thinking in terms of cost, trying to keep that cost down.
Yeah, well, and I agree with you, everything that you're saying. I kind of agree with that world as well. But one thing I've definitely noticed with the cannabis community is that people want things from plants. They don't want things from test tubes. And whether that's rational or not, that's what the market demands.
Well, most of the pallet, that's what's on these brokers' websites that are selling hemp derived yada yada yada. It's all synthetic.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
whether the market, if you're going to drink a 10 milligram THC beverage, I mean, are you agnostic to where that THC comes from? Does that have to be plant derived THC, or could it be chemically converted from CBD? For
Most
the
people
person,
don't care, but there
yeah,
is,
right, exactly, right.
but as we've seen though with the CBD oils, is that like, and I think that there's even some data showing that too. I was watching this one kid that has epilepsy in the UK, and his access to, I think he was using Bedrocan, one of the Bedrocan, Betiol, I think it was their CBD extract. And for whatever reason, through the government, through his, the way that they have access there is you have to have access through a doctor, right? And then you need specific licenses to import and yada, yada, yada. So through whatever administrative fuck up, those licenses failed, and they had to put the kids onto Epidiolex. And so he got onto Epidiolex and he started having seizures again. Right. And so it's like it goes to show that there is something in the whole plant extract that's missing from the CBD isolate, right?
Absolutely.
Of Epidiolex. So yeah, like there's definitely, whether real or not, there's at least a subsection of the people that want these medicines coming out of plants. Right. They want that whole plant extract. So it's whether a pharmaceutical company can make a CBC alternative, sure. Maybe they even have better luck going through the FDA approval process. But at least in Canada, the way that the cannabinoids are regulated, you can bypass that entire regulatory process for cannabinoids and get them straight to market. Right? So having a CBC plant extract is really potentially very interesting.
Yeah, so Ryan, I wanted to mention just one other thing about that CBC synthase idea that I was talking about before, which was that, so if you look at, so the penultimate step in the cannabinoid biosynthetic pathway is right. So that's the geranyl allotolvic transferase, right? So that's where the two pathways kind of intersect between terpenes and this polyketide aromatic compound, right? And when those two things come together, it makes CBGA, right? So it's easy to look at that reaction and say, okay, when you put those two pieces together, there's no change in oxidation state. However, the next step in the synthesis, so whether you go CBC synthase, CBDA synthase, or THC synthase, um, all of those require a removal of hydrogen molecule from CBGA, right? So if you look at the molecular formula of CBGA and you compare it to the molecular formula of whether it's THCA, CBCA, or THCA, CBDA, or CBCA, right? It all has one less hydrogen, H2, than does CBGA. So my question for you is, again the fact that actually involves a cofactor, right? I don't know if it's NAD, or I'm not exactly sure, but something accepts that hydrogen in those synthases processes, right? You don't just lose a molecule of hydrogen. I mean, Mother Nature's very efficient in her atom economy, right? So it's just interesting to think that maybe it took the plant longer for those types of steps in the pathway to develop because there were cofactors involved, or I don't know. I mean, it's interesting because those penultimate, or I'm sorry, the ultimate synthases, right? THC synthase, CBD synthase, and CBC synthase all involve an oxidation. And so maybe the plant just had to be a little bit more sophisticated in its biochemistry before it was able to pull off that stunt. I don't know.
Yeah, well, evolution is stepwise, right? It's like when one thing happens, then another thing can happen, right?
And then you have all these things happening.
You do, and one after another, and it's like you go back and you're missing a step. Like, I mean, it's like, it's like that hydroxylated terpenes, right? Like that's like just somebody has linalool acquired the ability, or sorry, linalool was the result
Right.
of that enzyme that allowed the
Of water adding to a carbonium ion because you make a carbonium ion on that thing. And that's the same intermediate that cyclizes to give um, you know, pinene and terpenylines and limonene. I mean, all those have that six-membered ring. So it's just so interesting. Again, talking about Mother Nature's atom economy, she takes one little molecule, isoprene, and she creates this huge sea of molecular diversity that's just unbelievable, right? I mean,
yeah, Giovanni Appendino. I don't know if you know him, but he used to say that nature is stingy, right? He's a great Italian cannabis phytochemist. But yeah, she's definitely efficient in how she works, right? She exploits every little
well, and
possibility.
this isn't unique to cannabis. This is all plants do this, right? I mean,
Of
there's
course, yeah.
yeah. So
But cannabis has got more medicinal compounds than a tremendous amount of plants.
it does. It
That's a
does.
phytochemical factory.
Exactly. pH.
Anyway, when I see things like that, I'm reminded how excited David would have been about this. He would have been freaking out when he saw this paper. He'd be inviting Caleb over to come and dab with him.
Yep. He'd definitely
I
be the most
dabbed
happy.
CBC. We dabbed it. I had it on my gas chromatograph, and yeah, he be
He did.
talking.
I have a
Oh,
picture of being at Dave's apartment in like 2001 when he had all these different pure cannabinoids as well as isolated terpenes, not cannabis derived, but just botanical ones.
Yeah, I've got that same photo. I took it actually this. I took one this summer because I came across all that stuff. It's still there.
That's wild. That is wild. How time flies. How time flies when you're getting older. So yeah, enjoy it out
now
there.
CBC, I know for a fact because I've seen pretty damn near like 99.9% pure CBC is a oil. It's not a solid. It's a oil. But I don't know about CBCA. So like with THC, maybe THCA is a solid crystalline solid, but THC itself is an oil. I
Exactly.
don't know. Do you know if CBCA is an oil or crystalline?
I'm not sure.
See,
He didn't have all those standards because when he was
David would know that.
well, no, he wouldn't because when he was running all that stuff, they were doing it on a GC. They weren't using it in
Oh
HPLC,
yeah,
so they
okay.
weren't really looking at the acidic forms.
Yeah, I went back and looked at our Facebook chat, which again ended abruptly. Um, and when THCP first came out, he lit up over it. I mean, he
Yeah,
wanted to know what I knew about it, and he's like, "Did you see this paper?" He's like, "People are taking this and getting high for 3 days. Have you tried this yet?" And then he asked me, "Can you make this? Can you make me a sample?"
Dude, he ended up with a sample fairly
He
quickly.
did,
oh, it
yes,
took
yes,
him
yeah.
no
I,
time.
I
Like,
did
what
for
was
the
that? A
record. That was
week?
not from
Five
me.
Yeah,
days?
it took him no time, and he had a
He was on
sample.
church. He's like, yeah, I got my THCP. I was like, what the fuck, dude? What are you talking about?
And it got him crocked, right? Like he got crocked on it, didn't he?
Oh yeah, like he said he smoked it, and then he got up to go to the like he was diabetic, so he'd drink Coca-Cola. to help regulate his blood sugar when it got low. That was his quick fix. And so he'd always be running to the kitchen to grab a can of Coke. And he said he got up to go to the kitchen like an hour later and he was stumbling.
Oh man.
Right? Like he said it was really, really whacked him out. Not in a good way. He said it was strong, but he didn't really like it.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when strong is too strong.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know how many bong hits you end up taking in life. Like, let's just say, like for me, example, I've maybe been smoking for 38 years now. I started 14 years old. I'm 52. I'm just like, oh, weird. And I wonder if like what's 13,000 bong hits, and
Well,
then
that's the neat thing about the
and then
Puffcos.
times 2 or 3, and I'm just yeah, but Puffcos are like that. That's
They measure your hits though, so they tell you. Like I met a guy in Denver who was in the 1% of all Puffco smokers. He had hit 24,000 dabs in like a year. It was insane.
Were they all his though? Or how many were his friends?
Oh, this dude was definitely, and to continue, I would say when I first met Dave and went to his apartment, I can promise you he took like 40 to 50 bong rips just in the like 2 to 3 hours that I was sitting there. I couldn't fathom it. I couldn't wrap my head around it, to be honest. It just didn't make any sense. But like, it depends on who you are. Because if you like counted up the amount of bong rips that Dave took, I think it would be an absolutely astronomically almost, we would be chuckling number.
Well, I remember thinking the same thing about you, bro. When we fucking first met. I was like, man, Marcus hits a lot. I was like, no wonder he's the bubble man. He really is like hitting a lot of dope.
In all fairness, like you can take 2 or 3 sessions on one Puffco bowl, so it's a little hard. I'm thinking it's a little hard to quantify the Puffco hit.
Well, that's if you're putting too much in on your Puffco. If you're monitoring how much you put in as a dab, like this insane guy that I met in Denver, shout out to you, dude. You know who you are. He was impressive to say the least. He had the duals. He showed up with 2. He was like, yeah, I got my 2. You always have 2. I'm like, dude, you know, one's charging while one's being used.
Well, on an average, according to AI, we take about 960 breaths per day.
960, yeah.
Is that? I guess that number seems about right.
And 27 of those breaths have bong hits in them.
27.
Yeah, that's the right. So,
like actual bongs.
So in a year, that's 7.5 million breaths.
That is indeed. You know, I took my first bong rip, Josh, in Denver at my friend's place called Tetra. It's a cool lounge.
I'm trying not to be upset about that because I wasn't there, but keep going.
Yeah, this girl just randomly was like, hey, you should try this bong. I was like, all right, I cleaned the mouthpiece and I was like, I'll give this a shot. I have to say that I have enjoyed the odd spliff since I started combusting cannabis again. It's like less than 10% of my.
So just in all fairness, a spliff, you're talking about just cannabis.
Just cannabis.
Yeah,
unfortunate.
Yeah, well, with maybe a little hash in there too.
Right, but it's just sad that the spliff nowadays is like a tobacco, and
in America, they
only if you let them have it. We can steal it back, dude.
It's pretty common in America that spliff means hash tobacco or tobacco and weed.
Yeah, I know, but it's pretty common when I grew up that spliff meant joint.
Yeah,
because like when Bob Marley said spliff, I can promise you he did not have tobacco in that motherfucker.
Well, exactly. It's a weird. It's Americanism. It's
yeah. Well, I'm taking it back to the Bob days in Jamaica. Spliff, no tobacco.
Reclaiming it for the Rastafari.
Yes, of course. You know, too many things have been taken from them. They can't have this.
But they can have Greenland, right?
They can have Greenland. I don't know anything about Greenland. I am in Canada. I don't know who's going to own me tomorrow. It could be a different group. There's a couple groups fighting over us right now, but it is what it is. Tony. Bob Marley, is that it? Come on. No Rasta is talking about a spliff with tobacco in it. I'm sorry. Tony said spliff is always meant tobacco. Yeah, some of them do, absolutely, but I'm telling you, a lot of them don't.
And guaranteed, that's just a newer era thing. Like that, and like you said, Marcus, like there's no one back in 1991. And I promise you, I smoked with every goddamn person on earth in 1991.
That's amazing.
Like Kelly.
Unbelievable.
Every single person.
I did
Not one of them was mixed. Okay, I'm from America, right? But there's
You
no
are.
one that considered a spliff. And I'm going to be provocative here because when you go to Europe and someone breaks out a chillum, you know, you kind of you don't get
Ooh.
excited. You don't get excited because
Ooh.
somehow the chillum decided that it has to have tobacco in it.
I know.
Get
Oh
it?
man.
I know.
I honestly don't get it.
I don't get
The
it either.
first time I smoked a chillum in
Horrible.
Italy, I almost died. I was
Ooh.
like, it's such a massive dose of nicotine. And the way the Italians smoke, they put this tiny little piece of hash in there with like a big chunk of tobacco. So you're essentially getting a big whack of nicotine with a little dose of THC. And I think I went yellow. I was so ill. It's not, I remember like finally I was like, look, I need to buy some hash, right? And so we went and saw a dealer and I bought some hash and I rolled up a joint the way that I do, right? Um,
Which is
which is like a lot of hash, right? And
ah.
all the Italians
I
were,
knew there was a reason you're my friend.
but all the Italians were like, no, mate, it's too much. You're putting too much hashish in this spinello, right? But it's like, you'd pass. I remember being at this Italian smokers club in Barcelona, and these guys are all rolling up like tobacco weed joints. And I grab a couple of grams and roll it up into a big joint and, smoke a quarter of it or a third of it and then just pass it down the way. And you'd watch, people would take hits off the joint and they'd look down on it like, what the hell is this? But you'd see, the people that were true smokers, they'd be like, they could appreciate the flavor. But it's like there's a thing when you're used to smoking tobacco that a full cannabis joint, it actually feels much stronger.
Of course.
Right. I'm the opposite way. Like if somebody passes me a joint and it's got tobacco in it and I take a puff on it, my lungs close. Like my lungs are closed before I even realize that there's any tobacco in it, right? It's just this reaction my body has developed.
One more reason not to take joints from people and put them in your mouth.
Yeah.
In Europe. If you're in California
Anywhere.
and Oregon,
Anywhere.
all right.
I gotta go with Kelly. Just think of it this way. You're at the dinner table. You got 12 of your best friends, and everyone's passing their fork around, but they're putting it in their mouth and then passing it to the next person, and they're putting it in their mouth. It's like, you know what? I love you all, but this is gross.
I personally want that fork, and I'll take that fork and go put it in the garden and then eat out of it. I truly believe in
sharing the plague.
challenging your epigenetics. Challenging your epigenetics. I mean, I'm young.
There's better ways.
Oh, is there?
There has to be.
We all went through COVID and figured this out.
There have to be. I'm not sharing anything anymore. I got so sick in Vegas when I came home, and it was just like, you know what? This is not good for my family. This is definitely not good for me. I think it's better if I just. So I carry a couple of Puffcos. I carry, if I rolled a joint, I'm like, hey, you can roll one too. Like, here you go. I got everything right here. I'm still very much like want to make it a group thing and share and make sure everyone has what they need, but just in a sort of like just different way. And I'm not really like a germaphobe, to be honest. I'm not like washing my hands all the time. I'm not like alcohol spraying my hands all the time. I think that's probably not a good idea. Spraying yourself with those alcohols on the regular, but I just can't after 30 years of not sharing joints and really just recently being like, how many Puffcos do you think I shared in Vegas, Caleb? Like 400, 500?
At least, probably.
That's just insane. That's too much. That is
How many strippers did you make out with?
0. I'm uncorruptible by Las Vegas, just so you know. Uncorruptible. Caleb was too. We were just cruising through there, just not like with a little bubble around us, just like puffing bowls, not drinking alcohol, not eating steaks, not gambling,
Not wearing suits.
not wearing suits, and just being low key, just like let's find a balcony where we can puff. And we seem to be on one often. I did notice that. Still, I did prefer Colorado over Nevada, we'll say. Colorado is darn awesome. They got it going on. There's some great people in Colorado, I have to say.
Did you get to do any boarding?
I did not get to do any boarding. There was no snow when I was there. In fact, people were tripping out. Like the mountains didn't have snow, the ground had no snow, the roads had no snow. Like my buddy was like, dude, there's just snow everywhere all the time. And right now there isn't. And it's super fucking weird. But I left and then the snow fell. So, but I was there, it was like 70 degrees. Like for 3 of the 5 days I was there, it was like I was in my t-shirt. This was in January. It was a bonus for me, even though I brought this super heavy like hemp jacket that like Jair gave me, the Legends of Hemp or whatever jacket. I got one of those kind of hemp hoodlum jackets, and carrying it was a pain in the ass because I didn't check a suitcase. So I had this thing that basically weighed as much as my carry-on suitcase, which was just a jacket, and I didn't wear it once the whole time I was there. I just traveled from Canada to Colorado with it and then back to Vancouver. It was like, what a fucking waste of time and energy carrying this jacket. But it's a nice jacket. It's a special jacket. I couldn't not. It would have filled my carry-on suitcase completely full without anything else going in my carry-on suitcase. That's how big this fucking jacket is. Keeps you warm in the cold, though. It does keep you warm in the cold. Hey, I wonder.
A border prop.
What's that?
It was a border prop.
Right.
Marcus, with your waiver, was it pretty easy when you got to the border? Did they just look at it and let you on through, or did you have to go and talk to them and them look in the system, or what happened?
Generally, that's what's supposed to happen. My lawyer told me when you get the waiver, it's pretty much automatic that you'll go to secondary when you go through. That hasn't happened the 2 times that I've gone through. The second time I went, I just give them my waiver and my passport, and they take a picture, and then they say, okay, go through. The second time, though, the guy said, he said, hey, he says, oh, you got a waiver. I said, yeah. He said, okay, well, that like sometimes you'll have to go to secondary. And I said, yeah, my lawyer told me that, just to expect secondary every time. And he said, okay, cool. Well, not today, though. And then also sent me through. So 2 times that's happened. I expect maybe next time to go to secondary. But the beautiful thing is the 11 months of the waiver of an application for the waiver is like, that's the big investigation where they make sure that you're okay to come into their country. So I'm not worried about them finding anything that is going to be like, oh, now you can't come into the country, because nothing's changed for me. So I should be good. But yeah, I suspect next time I go later this month, I'm going to go to New Mexico. I suspect they'll probably eventually pull me into secondary, but no problem. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, most of my friends who have gotten the waivers, we sort of joke that it's a waiver, like they wave you right on by, like the waiver.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard the same thing, that very rarely do those waivers ever get pulled into secondary, although they'll tell you that you do go into secondary. So that's why I was asking you, because I've just seen throughout time, everybody who gets those waivers just gets waved right on through, because like you said, they've already checked you out. And those people who are at the border are actually secondary in line to the people who signed your waiver.
Oh, yeah.
So they would have
It's
to
pre-approved. It's a
waiver.
pre-approved
Yeah.
crossing. So it's
Yeah.
pre-approved crossing with, the the idea that if you go over there and you do something illegal at the border, well, they definitely have the power to tell you you're not going to be going over. But as long as you are the same person that applied for that waiver and you're acting in the same way that you expressed that you would, then yeah, it's basically a pre-approval.
Amazing. I'm just so overjoyed that you have that in your hands.
Yeah,
Amazing.
I'm super grateful for it. The whole time I was down there, I was telling people because people were like kind of, I don't know, disenfranchised and complaining and you just like we all do, moaning about different things in life and governments and countries. And I'm just like, man, like, listen, like I just feel grateful to be able to come here. You should be grateful that you're allowed to live here. It is actually pretty cool. It's kind of like Canada. Canada's pretty cool unless you go to like Maine and Hastings and then you see it's horrific and it's a nightmare and there's just this horrible thing going on. Well, yeah, you can find that anywhere you go. But you can also find good. And after 30 years of not being able to go to the US, I'm ready to go and see my friends in their different environments. Like I want to go, see everyone.
Yeah, if you don't focus on the negative stuff, there's a lot of beauty in the United States.
Oh my gosh, dude. So many great friends, so many amazing people, like all over the US to go visit.
Well, and incredible geography too. I mean,
Well,
there's
exactly.
beautiful, incredible, and I spent 3 years down there working in California, and like some of the geoengineering, like the things that they did to build the dams, and the scale of agriculture, like it's just nobody does agriculture like the United States. Nobody on the planet. It's just massive industrial scale ag. Orchards that are thousands and thousands of acres right along the side of the I-5, all the citrus orchards, and it's just there's really stuff that when you see it with novice eyes, right? When you see it with like new eyes and you've never seen that kind of stuff before, it's like wow. It's just the way they do it is you gotta. There really is something beautiful about American ingenuity.
Yeah, I mean, it's all a part of it. Also, all the songs and all the music and the movies and the shows that just like over the years, like I'm in Denver going to Colorado and I see like the sign on the highway with like the mountains in the background and, called
Yeah,
Boulder, just tucked right in there. And I'm coming
yeah,
from Denver and I'm like, this is cool. It's like,
it really is. Well, it's just that geography, like that plateau off the Rockies, is just an incredible. It's an incredible spot in the continent.
mhm.
It really is like a unique, beautiful spot. So
Yeah, Boulder's very magical when you drive down 36 there and you're basically looking at the Flatirons with the mountains. That big peak back there is Long's Peak, which is the kind of like the crown jewel of the Front Range. You have Pikes Peak to the south, but Long's Peak is the 14er that's in Rocky Mountain National Park right there in Estes Park, which is the national park that's just
So
above
Pure Pressure
Boulder.
named their machine after
Yes, exactly. Right, right,
both of them,
right, right,
actually, Pikes and
right.
Longs.
Yeah, Long's right. The Long's Peak Press, right? So, and Long's is a really challenging hike. I summited it twice when I lived out in Fort Collins, and this is the kind of hike that you have to be there at the parking lot right at daybreak to get up to the peak and back down before it gets dark. And it's not the kind of peak that you want to be caught in the dark on. So, yeah, it's a beautiful place. Certainly.
Colorado's dope. I tuned in this summer from the Continental Divide. It's like all five
Right. So
minutes.
that road that goes through the Continental Divide there in Rocky Mountain National Park is, what is that called? Trail Ridge Road, I think, right? I think it's
Mhm.
open for most of the year. I think they might close in the middle of the winter. But if you are, yeah, traveling in Colorado, definitely go up Trail Ridge Road. And you could stop at the visitor center on top. And I think right at that point, you're looking at basically the Continental Divide, which is just, the water on this side of the mountain flows to the Pacific, the water on this side flows to the Atlantic. probably through the Gulf, right?
There's a glacier lake up there as well, right at the foot of Estes Park there.
Dude, was that a proxy I saw you holding up there,
Yeah, I was
Colin?
just gonna, I was just like holding it and saying to myself, I was like, nice. Like this feels like from a product design point of view, like right on, guys. Nice work. This
Listen,
is
there's
feels great.
nothing beats this piece for your proxy when you're laying on the
I love
couch,
how
guys.
outrageous that.
I'm telling you, it's
Yes. Hell yeah.
Size matters, right?
Yeah, well,
I don't know about
on
that.
that the flute over there that he's got, yes.
So we have like a club here, right?
I guess
Yeah.
so. We got the
Thank you to Roger and the whole team. Marcus, of
Yeah.
course. Thanks, bro.
Sorry, out of the club. I've got my bong.
You're in the
You got
bong
the real
club, though.
tool. Yeah. I could go get my bong. I haven't
I've
ripped
got
that
the
thing in a
OG
minute.
matches. I always light my bongs with matches.
Nice. The
I've
wood
got my
ones.
nice, clean, beautiful
Yeah,
bong.
the red birds or whatever.
Yep, Redbirds.
Someone's echoing pretty bad.
That's Mark. I'll mute him. I don't know why that is, but yes, I have two things with Mark. When he speaks in gallery or speaker, it doesn't show him. So like if Colin speaks and then Mark speaks, it'll stay on Colin the whole time Mark is speaking, and that drives me nuts. So that's why I have it on gallery right now where it's all of us. Also, Ryan has his camera off, and I hate that when it's speaker because then it's just a picture. So I'm just have it open to all of us. So if you don't want your face being seen
I'm really Colin.
you're really Colin.
I'm already overloading this
Some
thing by design. I'm sorry, Buffco. I overloaded.
I'm gonna disconnect my microphone and maybe that makes it better. Let's see. Is that better? Does it seem echoey?
It's definitely
It just seems like the echo is louder.
Echo is louder? Damn it.
earphones on. So that's why there's an echo. But if you mute Dr. Mark, you'll notice now the echo is gone. There is no more echo. So I've done the research. I've published the paper. It's been accepted by my peers. There's something wrong with your microphone.
Okay, how about now?
There it is again. No, I can hear myself. Echo.
You were talking about going down to America, and I just definitely have to give props to the Americans. It's like I'm American, but we've been living here in Canada for 30 years now. So I really feel like we've had our foot, in both countries, and I feel American Canadian. Like I don't feel like one over the other. And I think that so much of the culture is so similar, but then there's some things in the culture that are not, but it's enough that they really benefit each other, and I love the go back and forth and Canadians sort of hucking it up with the Americans. And I just really, I love it. And I really think that going down to America, but Americans and blah, blah, blah. But Americans are really fun people. Canadians are super fun people. And when you go over to the rest of the world, sometimes people are just a little bit more, take a back seat on things. And even though Americans will interrupt usually, and there's a lot of conversations going on at once, and there's something really awesome about that. And a lot of energy is sort of formed in a group when you've got Canadians and Americans together. And I just really love that. And it's fun that you got to go down there and experience that because for me, like we'll have really big gatherings at the house where we've got 30 people over for Thanksgiving or Christmas, and it's always half American, half Canadian. And it's so fun. That just sort of back and forth is really amazing, and sort of the clashing, not clashing, but the bringing together of the two cultures, but yet so totally similar. So big ups to the Canadians and the Americans for being so awesome in the world, because we travel all over the world and really great people. And people all
Absolutely.
over are great, but
And shout out to the glass community in Colorado, because that Evergreen studio was another like top quality experience of just something that I miss here in Vancouver that I used to have when Slinger lived here and we had his sort of thing going on. We were doing the shows and it was just a different vibe, but it really felt like that same vibe going to Evergreen and visiting with like Yashin and Nate Myers and Alex Ubatuba and Matt Robertson, who I did his podcast while I was there. Hopefully that'll come out in the next couple of months. That guy films a podcast like every day. He's an absolute machine. I thought doing once a week was hardcore, but shout out to Matt. Also, incredible artist. When you look at the glass giraffes and different animals that he puts on. I asked him at one point, I'm like, what? Why is it on that thing? He's like, oh, that. He's like that exercise bike used to be in my grandpa's basement, and I always remembered it as a kid. And so when I was blowing glass, I was like, I'm going to put them on my grandpa's exercise bike. I love that authenticity of the story and how it was, really a solid route from his past to sort of manifest in his art.
I was on the phone yesterday with Peter Mossy Giant, who has done the history of cannabis, and I was talking to him for a couple of hours, and they're now looking into the history of cannabis, the US and West Coast. And he was just saying that he can't really get through even one conversation about the history of cannabis without glass coming into it. And then he can't get through the next sentence about the history of cannabis without the Grateful Dead coming into it. So he was saying that here he is, and he was saying Snodgrass. Who is this Snodgrass? Do you know who this Snodgrass is? I was like, wow, great that you asked me. That's my family. But how amazing that, he's trying to piece together this history of cannabis without any knowledge really of the glass industry, and then also without any knowledge of the Grateful Dead. And he said it's just so amazing to be walking, down the hallways of these historical, stories and visuals for him to be able to paint without really totally understanding what it is. And it was so awesome hearing his reflection as a younger person, as an artist who is in the cannabis world but doesn't have the history of the cannabis world, but yet uncovering it the way that he is. It was so, yeah, all those players came up in our conversation about glass with him yesterday. It was really amazing.
Shout out to the Mossy Giant. I almost put his hat on today. This one was just right next to it, and I went with the Pure Fire, but it was so close. It was almost Mossy Giant. And I had his hat on the first day of Grow Op when I ran into, and maybe you can remind me, Ryan, who the Dutch gentleman was that had the yellow Mossy Giant hat on the first day. Jason, maybe? You knew him. He was Dutch or German, a researcher, I think. Maybe Ryan's not
The
there.
first day at the
Grow Up, yeah.
Oh, at the was that Chris Van Chris
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah. He had a Mossy Giant hat on the first day. He was like, oh, Mossy Giant. It was kind of neat to have the exact same hat. And I've never seen anyone else with that hat. So it was
That's
fun.
cool. We're doing a really awesome collaboration with Mossy Giant for Mary Jane and Vibes 420, and then sort of carrying on.
Not Vibes 420, but
Sorry, Vibes.
Prog 420 is the event that's right before Mary Jane, the week before.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so we're working with Marco and Vibes and Mary Jane and Mossy Giant and putting together this super swanky, gonna look like a hotel lobby, legacy lounge area for everybody to hang out in.
A meeting point for amazing people to come have conversations, to smoke good herb, to talk about deeper subjects, and get out a little bit of an oasis in the middle of a 65,000 plus person event, largest one in the world. Still right now, Berlin. Brazil's trying to come in. It's got two big events, but 65,000 plus is what they're expecting this year in Berlin.
Oh,
that's
a big one. Yeah, Mary Jane is so busy and crazy. It's insane. It's the first event I ever went to that had like beaches and people partying and DJs and fucking swimming pools floating on the river out in front of the venue, like giant, like Olympic size pool just floating in a wood box. Like it was insane, completely insane. How you doing, Etienne?
Loving this conversation. I loved Mossy Giant and Stefan and the crew over at La Crema Gracia. I mean, I'd love to see more places like what they have there, which is all of Mossy's art completely on the wall for you to get high on at any time and just stare at it. And it's so much to look at because he's just such a generational artist, that really, I guess it's a new generation of cannabis art, and it struck a chord with me. And I love that Stefan has been his benefactor, allowing him to do his art, be creative, and just do what he does. So we got to meet him again when, uh, when I was in Barcelona, and just everything he does is just very unique. It reminds me of the 60s, art, kind of a cross between, cannabis and the Fabulous Furry Freak Brothers, which is not easy to do, you know what I'm saying, to create your own niche in cannabis, but his visualizations, without a doubt. And I've been assisting them with the US, as well as I just got a copy of the Mexico, which is amazing. I thought it was going to be another year before that was done, but I'll be damned if Mossy didn't, go under it and make it happen. And it's gorgeous. I can't show it, but it's because I got it's the early, the view before it's released, but it's epic because the history in Mexico and cannabis is so rich and deep and integrated in their society that it is really going to put Mexico on the map for cannabis that it already was, but for more people. I think it will give them a deeper understanding of why it matters and how our effects on their culture has been down pressing exponentially, and especially on cannabis. And so a lot of this information that's in there, I only heard bits and pieces about here and there, and to get a full history of the Mexican cannabis, right on. Nothing but love and respect to the people of Mexico and their culture in cannabis, and that it will be highlighted before the United States, I think is pretty fucking awesome too, because usually US takes the cake at a lot of things, but he did the Dutch history first, then now the Mexican history, and the US one's going to be quite a lift and undertaking, in the sense of if we realize how deep our roots in cannabis are, but also how we've affected everybody's cannabis roots around the world in both positive and negative, probably more negative impact than anything else. But I mean, we have to highlight the realities of what brought us to where we are, and it takes artists and writers to really push the issue so that we can get our education on cannabis back, right? Because it's been stolen from us. It was never really allowed to exist or happen. And any access to capture the history, and especially as fluid as our history has been in cannabis around the world, I think is key and important, and one I think that's Caleb's been working on. If people aren't aware, Caleb's been working with a gentleman by the name of Dominic Corva on the history of cannabis in California, and an oral history by physically meeting with the people who did the shit, were in the shit, and interviewing them. And it's got to be a challenge, Caleb, because so many people are dying, or memories are fading. On top of that, they do research about and around even just at one story. So I don't know if you could take us through a little bit of that, Caleb, because it's got to be a challenge to engage people on this anthropology, sort of sociology, which people have held so close to their vest, right, historically, because of, potentially going to jail, being arrested, etc. Now, laying that history out, because a lot of that statute of limitations has passed, so people feel comfortable talking about what really made our cannabis history. And of course, I would hope after America, Canada would be following suit. But Caleb, how big of a challenge is that nowadays, especially with your older anthropology?
So just what Dominic and I are doing is like ethnography. And so one of the ways that we address like this is that the people that we interview are by default anonymized. And there's also an int an IRB form that the school has to approve, and then that has to be signed by the participants so they're aware of the risks in participating. So we lay out like, perhaps you're talking about things that were or are federally illegal, or, despite this or that. And at the end of the day, it's up to the researcher to protect the identities of the people that they're able to talk with. And, in terms of like the cannabis community, and there are lots of other communities that have understandably like much consternation about researchers coming in. And so, that's definitely something that we've dealt with as well. There have been people that do not want to be interviewed after initially expressing interest. And that is something that I frankly completely understand, because at the end of the day, it's a project that's funded by the DCC. We're just one small part, ethnography and political economy. There's a separate section at UC Berkeley that's doing actual oral histories where people will not be anonymized. They're going to be recording videos that will be sitting at the Bancroft Library at UC Berkeley and be part of the very first oral history of California cannabis history. And so that's like a different side of the project, and it's a different ask of the research subject. And I mean, even that term right there, research subject, right? It belays a lot of the issues we're talking about. So with it being a Department of Cannabis Control funded project, there are people who do not want to participate just based on that. And that is not something that I would ever hold against someone, because, if you're pissed at the man for, real reasons, then however many years you've lost in your life to it, however many business opportunities, however many, access to your children, there's just so much stuff that kind of stands in the way of research like this. Hope that helps answer.
That sounds spectacular. And we've been traveling to farms since 1990, buying, selling, checking, seeing it all, and really watching everyone go from bought soil and pots to going to putting their weed in the ground. I really like that part of the history of cannabis in California. The whole moment that everyone said, whoa, these pots are killing our microbiology. They're using more water. We have to buy water, put it in plastic containers. I have like 2,500 gallon, 8 containers up on the hill. When people started, and it was like this thing of it was literally like this emotional leap of faith. Like, I don't know if I can put the weed in the ground. And then if you start being like, all right, well, go get your forest and sticks and everything, and maybe instead of burning it in a slash pile, because everyone loves a bonfire, right? Like, consider putting it on the ground. You don't have to dig a trench. You can just lay it on top. Check if your soil's clay. Check if it's porous. It defines how you make the mound. And then people are like, oh, but I'm afraid I have ground rodents and ants and all these things. I don't want to bring stuff in from in sticks and put it in the earth. And then just watching the herb change and watching people like just rows and rows of just like no one's buying soil anymore. Like people are just mounding and layering. And it's like the weed really did it changed it in a lot of ways. And
The
then
sun grown,
that's what I mean.
yeah, just sun
Of
grown.
course.
And
That's
that
what
really
if you're
changed,
talking about California,
and that really changed a lot of the breeding. Yeah, for sure. When we talk about California, we're talking about sun.
tons of indoor, obviously, but
Sure.
like the specialty is like, wow. Check out. Have you guys seen the sun?
I just saw this article actually, and I'm feeling really dumb. I can't even remember where it was, but it was talking about, oh, maybe somebody else saw it. Oh, I feel stupid because I can't remember where it was, but you guys maybe will remember it. But talking about how the sun-grown weed in California really changed everything, and it goes into the depth of how it changed the way that we did breeding and how it changed everything. And the whole article brought it back to just simply California sun. And it was really cool. So I really think that California's got this incredible golden state.
The Golden Shores, you know.
Also, I wanted to say that Etienne, you were mentioning that entire history of cannabis, which is in La Creme Gracia.
Like up to Blue Ice and Edu as well, just to interject.
Yeah, yeah. And those guys are going to bring the entire wall and the history of cannabis and all of the Mexico, and they're trying to get a whole bunch of the Pacific Northwest or the US stuff done by that time, and they're going to put it up so people can walk all the way
area
along it.
At the
So
garden. Look for the garden
yeah.
On the map when you get to Mary Jane.
Yeah, so
run by Vibes, Marco.
Yeah, and I think that throughout the day, we'll have every couple of hours, Stefan is going to come and maybe curate it and explain to all of the people that come up and look at it. And there'll be a live explanation of this whole entire history as he walks along the wall for everybody at Mary Jane. It's super exciting. And Caleb, I love what you're doing. That is really amazing. And
You're a special person, Caleb. We're excited to get to know you more and just to see your whole offering through your brilliance or that you bring to the table. So
yeah, thanks for doing that work. Somebody's got to write it all down and scribe this because it's important.
And if you tried to do that,
just the research assistant, when we all stand on the shoulders of giants, they're really
but the research assistant
Dominic.
is huge, because I don't want to be a research assistant, and a lot of us that have brought the cannabis industry to where it is, then to have people who want to research it is really imperative for not only the message to keep going, but for cannabis to be able to have the avenues that have opened up. And by being able to scribe it, the avenues just continue to open. So your contribution allows cannabis to walk through tremendous more doors than how we have been pushing and kicking doors open. You now help us just they are opened right up. So thanks.
Absolutely. Getting it on the record for the people who are not part of cannabis culture to hopefully understand more and stop treating us the way they do.
We got to get Dominic on here, who is your mentor, who is doing this, because he's the researcher out of Cal Poly Humboldt who's been doing this for the DCC for a while, and all around great guy, great teacher, as well as the history that he's working on. But there's a motherfucker I haven't seen in a little bit. What's up, Fletch? How you doing, bud?
Pretty good. Yeah, I can attest to how difficult researching history and cannabis is, because I mean, essentially what my whole business has been is, searching the varieties that are with these people, and the amount of fabrication that you have to filter through is unbelievable. It's actually the majority of the information in this space is all fabricated by people, and there's a lot of revisionist history in this space, that stuff that just never happened, things that people never did, people taking credit for things that they never accomplished or even contributed to, I would say is the norm, not the exception. And that makes this space extremely difficult, because not only do you have the lack of any written history, but the oral history is rife with misinformation and malicious misinformation in a lot of cases, simply because people wanted to insert themselves into things that happened that they weren't a part of, but are now taking credit for, because they know that no one is going to challenge them because of the illegality for so many years.
So how do you negotiate that, Caleb? I mean, you're dealing when somebody because you've heard multiple stories and you get various angles before you even interview somebody. How do you deal with that when you catch somebody in an outright lie? I mean, you can't really necessarily confront them per se, but I mean, as a gatekeeper of the history, how do you negotiate something like that? Or how do you and Dominic, handle something like that? Because it's what Fletch is saying, it's very fucking real and it's very true. And there's no way you haven't run into it all together already. So how do you handle that?
Well, so the project that Dominic and I are doing, we're writing collective stories. So, really focused on the places because he's a geographer, a human geographer though, the places and the people and like people as like a group. So, when it comes to, stories about like what made Covelo a legacy cannabis growing place, or obviously lots of regions in Oregon as well and all over the country really, but this project's really focused at California and specific regions. And the stories of the plants, you end up with all that myth information, misinformation, malicious information, all that stuff. And because we're interviewing essentially like 95 people, we can corroborate stuff. And really, when we're writing, what Dominic has been emphasizing is that we have to be upfront that this is not like an end all be all of truth. This is a report of, just a small subset of the community. And really it's setting the stage for people to refute it, for people to update it, all that kind of stuff. It's a method for doing this type of research, and hope that more people do it and, would love to be corrected. And we're also very conscious of not putting things out there that would need to be corrected. I guess is another way to put it.
That's an interesting line to walk as well as comprehend. I mean, because it's such a deep, rich skein that is woven in the cannabis history, and to undo each thread in that fabric has got to be a challenge because of the lies, misinformation, and all that. That's yeah, unenviable work, but I think work that needs to happen because California has such a rich history, but so does Canada, Washington, Oregon. I'd love to see these types of breakdowns in each state and each region so that people can understand the rich history that is available to them that has permeated us and motivated us in our lives and lifestyles, right? Because it was,
Yeah.
I mean, for me, I mean, if I had met Dr. Todd Micaria and Dennis Perone and Jack Herrera and some of the others, would I really have continued? Would I really have felt that spark? And, I think so, but others were also inspired by these people who touched their lives that then push them to grow, to be illegal, to make that physical choice to step on the other side of that line until that line, changed, turned gray now into white, right? And just in descriptors, it's such a vast history that isn't written. And it's always been a challenge when we hear information from a grower, as exactly what Fletch was saying, that this person did this. But I mean, just the research that's been done in and around skunk number one, right, which is a genetic that we all have been aware of, Dave Watson, and of course, nothing but nod to him. Watching the history projects as different people try to grasp just skunk number one has been its own set of challenges. And I've watched Ryan talk and discuss about, the chemical profiles. We were talking yesterday about, just that of trying to see if somebody who found a seed, if this seed is actually a skunk number one, as opposed to I'm saying this is what it was. And watching the walk back, the history, the tracing of it has been a fascinating watch as people try to really uncover, like it's an Agatha Christie, mystery going on, right? That, the Scooby-Doo kids are in the midst of hunting down and finding, and different pieces of that history are popping up, but so is misinformation and myth information, as you were saying too. So Ryan, you're kind of that holder of that key. So as the regional heretic for your putting out of the real information to people, how do you come to terms with that mentally and emotionally? Because that affects you.
Well, I was saying yesterday, there's two things that people confuse in the cannabis genetics story. One of them is botany and the study of the plant, and the other is about the anthropology and the people of the plant that are sharing the seeds. And we really confuse those two things. And like there's all this stupid celebrity in the cannabis business that I just find completely distasteful. Um, I'm interested in the plant. And while I have relationships with the people of the plant, and a lot of them, like as you know, I was very close with David, and there's a lot of people, other people that have done important things in the cannabis industry that I have relationships with. I'm more interested in the plant and the work. I don't really care about what they did or who they know or why everybody thinks they're great. And so I try to like kind of ignore the anthropological part of things, because it's not my interest. My interest is the botany and the science of the plant and the traits and the chemistry and the molecules and the genes that make those molecules that I can work with through breeding. And I've just been so disappointed over the last 30 years when you come to learn these stories about the people and then you realize that it's all just a big lie, right? That it's like, at this point in time, I just don't really give a shit about the anthropological side of things. It doesn't mean I don't like the people and I don't like meeting the people and learning about them and seeing what they did. But like, I certainly don't put anybody up on a pedestal because they are who the cannabis industry thinks is an important person. Because so many times I've met these people and it turns out that the plant that they are famous for isn't even their plant, right? And it's just like the entire community just got it wrong and has put them up on a shelf. And I remember the first time I went to Holland was in like '98 and going over there and learning a little bit. And then in subsequent trips, essentially meeting people that were connected. And, getting a little bit of a look inside the Dutch scene and realizing that it was all this big fugazi, right? Like it was a big show that was made to look like these guys were running they were running plant breeding and research and development firms, when in reality, the only person doing any research was David. Everybody else was just knocking plants together in closets, right? In Dutch closets. And, there'd been this kind of idea put forth that it was like a whole real industry, solid industry behind the scenes, when in fact, like that was just, it was all just smoke and mirrors, right? And so, like, learning that early on and realizing that most of the stuff it just continued as the internet came along, right? Because people could put up a couple of bud shots and create this image that they were doing the real work, but there was nothing behind it, right? And as someone that is educated in plant sciences, and I have this understanding when I look at a population of seeds, like when I buy seeds, I don't buy a 5-pack of seeds. Like I'll buy like 10 packs of seeds and grow them all out together so that I can see the phenotypic spread and start to understand the ratios and the patterns of inheritance. And I think what happens is people buy these 3 or 5 packs of seeds and they think that that's representative of the population. And when you actually grow out a full population, you realize that it's not, right? And so the larger the grow outs that you do, you realize it's just plainly obvious that there is no real breeding work that goes into a lot of these lines. And you can't see that unless you're growing out a big enough population, right? To see the phenotypic spread. So I am quite disappointed in the anthropological side of things. It doesn't mean I don't like the people, but I think that it's very misleading across I think that's something that's like a really misleading force in our industry.
The plants don't lie, people do.
Exactly. Well, they
I
can't
think
lie.
you're upset at the biographical side of it, right?
Yeah, well, it's like you get these stories. I mean, I was down at one of the cups in Oregon a few years ago. I went down and spoke there. This has been like 4 or 5 years now, maybe even 6 years. But I was down there, and they had a cup, somebody that had taken a CBD plant and renamed it, and they had entered it into a cup with this big long story about how it was this, theirs, and the other thing. And I think Phylos did a DNA sequencing on it, and they realized it was just one of these AC/DC plants from down in California, right? And it's like the hubris that it takes to take somebody else's plant and create a whole backstory about it, how it's yours and you've developed it through these years. And frankly, it wasn't even a very good plant. Like, it was, honestly, the plant kind of sucked. It was a type 3. It was a CBD plant in a time when there weren't a lot of CBD plants around. But like, to create this whole narrative and then be, caught with your underpants down essentially through genetic sequencing, it's pretty fucking embarrassing. Like, these people should feel really dumb that you tried to pull that stuff off in front of a community.
I do my part.
Well, listen, it's not, I know you do. You remind me of me in my younger days when I used to give a fuck. There's no amount of spanking, unfortunately, in this community that is effective. Right? Like, it's just, there's always some other dumbass that's
It's just fun mostly.
Yeah.
For sport nowadays, right?
This is human nature. I mean, come on. If we're looking at the history of anything, every
Exactly.
guy's face has been knocked off and replaced with a different language and a
How
different.
many medical procedures are named after some dude somewhere?
Something that's totally in nature. I mean, how many trees are named after some guy just because he founded it? Or it really isn't just indicative to the cannabis scene. It's indicative to human nature. And it's super indicative to people that are feeling like, I think the real issue is that it's a mixture of people not having a whole lot of confidence about their soul path here. We all come with a really deep spiritual soul path, I believe. And when we're not aligned with that soul path, we're always trying to grasp and reach at anything that we possibly can to make ourselves important so that we have this voice within ourselves so that we can go through another day like, hey, I can wake up today because I'm important. And although that's sort of fucked, it also is sort of good too, because maybe these myths are helping people, but yet it's fucking things up as well. And
It's inspiring. Let's be honest.
Well, it's a lot. I would say it's a lot of mental gymnastics to get there on that.
Lazy people wanting to get credit for things.
No, I mean, that's
I
why I
wanted
think
to-
like Canopedia is helpful. I've submitted a ton of stuff there. You can see just to create patterns and data, just to be like, okay, if someone's telling me this is sour or whatever the name of the variety is, and they're so sure, then it should hit for these things that, we've all had in our collections for a long time. And most of the time it just doesn't even come close. Right. And I find, like Fletcher's alluding to, and I also think what Kelly is bringing up is funny, but it's also mentally kind of sad because you're like, well, you have to go through this to make yourself feel validity, right? And feel valid. And I just think the work, if you go through the experience of doing the work, as I think Fletcher often says, and I also often say all the time, it's more gratifying to go through that at the end of the day. And you're gonna
That's authentic.
Yeah, well, isn't it like Marcus?
Real
It's not only
recognized
authentic,
real.
but it's experiential. Like, go get the seeds,
I just
fuck
think
up the
people
germination rate or something, go back and try again. Like, do the things that you
people are
do
so
in
insecure,
process.
even in the things they've done, they're so
That word popped in my
insecure
head.
that
Yeah.
they want to rewrite the story. And the minute they rewrite the story, they create this empty hole in themselves that now no lie will fulfill. Because
Yes.
you've now removed yourself from your biggest value, which is your authenticity. It doesn't matter how impressive your fucking story is. It just
Exactly.
matters that it's fucking authentic and accurate. And once you're in that pocket, you're untouchable.
Exactly. And you can stand on that, right? Like, and I think that's the biggest issue with what Fletcher was saying with you want to call it the industry, the community, call it just that, is just gain some, don't be so insecure about things. Go through process, like allow yourself to fail a million times
Dude,
until
listen,
you do
I
get
had to
it.
do this the hardest way.
It's laziness.
I ended up in
Yeah,
a
but it's
I
yeah, but I
ended
think
up
it's
in a
also fear.
lawsuit. I ended up in a lawsuit that would have been in my best interest to be able to rewrite the history. But when I found the history, instead, I just shared it. Did it cost me? Yeah. It cost
Right.
me like it was a big hit. but it was
Oh,
the authentic story. And I had to like investigate to find the story. There were so many little lies and false truths and all this bullshit in the
yeah.
water extraction history that it was just it cost money on all ends. But at least I was authentic with myself, you know. I was like, and so was Jason from Payload Bags. I got to shout him out. He was a part of my lawsuit, and he also paid out Reinhard Delp. When we found the true history, when we found that the bags had 1000% come out of his machine, then it made sense to for him to be a part of that. We could have rewritten the history, like lots of people that sold bags tried to do that weren't into paying. But you know, so I see there's sometimes reasons. I think the main reason is that people are insecure and they're just trying to fill this empty hole. But then there are other times where it like lines up with their pocketbook. You know, it's like, well, this is the narrative, this is the story I have to tell in order to get what I want to get. And it's
I,
a
I
That's
think
it. Like that's it. Like I don't
yeah.
see, uh, I don't think that anybody can really feel good about creating this fake story and getting up in the morning and every day and be like, yeah, I'm important in the weed business. It's a pretty shallow existence. Like, how can you look at yourself in the mirror
Well, they
if you're
if
building this entire thing on a lie? And again, like I think that for a lot of people, they don't care because it is about the money, right? As long as the money is rolling in and they have enough money to pay for their lifestyle or maybe get things that they couldn't get otherwise, they don't care about selling out the story,
I think it's all
right?
the
Most of these
above.
people don't even grow weed in the first place, or even care. Don't even have anything to
Thank
do with the
you.
plant, much less anything else. So,
Totally.
That's so
yeah.
true.
Well, and
How
those
many
people, and listen, let's not like mince words about this. There's some really big names in the industry that are like that, right? Like they're not even fucking growers. And
never have
they've
even.
got seed companies and they're online telling stories and we all know these people. They're all selling these stories of how they've been important and doing this for 30 years. And the reality is that they're buying seeds that they've had, they've taken from someone else and they've hacked them in some other random grow room in a tiny little population selection. And they're
Just
selling the seeds to a bunch of suckers
just
that
say
think
you're the
that
keeper of it.
And they say they got the roadkill skunk.
well,
Grow
all
it,
of that,
Fletcher.
the ego that came that all right, let's be honest. I mean, coming up, I mean, as I was coming up 30 years ago, every grower seller had their own story, right? And that's how we had all heard these legends, etc. However, we also learned that because of this isolationism through economics, it caused their egos to grow, right? Because nobody said their weed was shit, nobody said their stuff, so they kind of became like artists. And I say this as an artist and as a musician, so I kind of have both angles here. And I've seen very spoiled and very coddled musicians who have never been challenged, who have never had their authenticity challenged. And the egos of growers, I say, really grew to be petulant children because they have never really been challenged. And so their egos fed these stories because, again, it did feed their pocketbooks because of based on legend. This person, it came from this, that way, and the other, right? It doesn't matter what region. It's as equal in Canada as it is in the United States, as it is across Europe, right? You've watched growers become so egotistical amongst themselves that they can allow that. So I think there's an ego inflation we gave them, right, in prohibition that I think the veil of post prohibition is pulling down because people want to know the history. They want to know the truth. They want to know where things came from, right? But I think we've been so permeated with so many lies and misinformation that, you know, ourselves we don't know, and we look to the Calebs and others who are doing the history so that even we can learn the real history as opposed to what we've been told is history, right? So there's a that truth between myth and reality is something that has been shaped in our own smoking circles. So I think that's just an interesting sociology that we've seen go down as we've grown up in it, that hasn't made the leap into the commercial culture because it's inherent school, school rules, school, playground rules, right? That have never really been official until now that regulators have put the definitions on things. There's now rules to things, right? There's rules to what even names of concentrate. We used to call all concentrates hashish, but now there's different names for just, there's charas, there's, extractions, there's pressings, there's all different things now that we're growing into as a community as well as a culture as we try to bridge this division between the world that we grew up in, which is that traditional market, as many of us negotiate these, realities that come with overtaxation and the overburdens of that. I just think it's fascinating.
And also, Ryan, you were saying that, you're not inspired with the sociology of it, of the people of it, or the community of it. And I understand that. I get that. It makes a lot of sense because I feel like what we're talking today
It's a lot of noise.
is a lot of the fake players, in all honesty. But the truth be told, for me, and not at all like in opposition to what you were saying at all, because I totally hear where you're coming from, and being in international cannabis and all these packs and this pack and then that pack, and they don't even know where the fuck the
It's
weed
a
is coming
marketing thing.
from. It's just all about marketing now, and now the names are put up there because of marketing.
Branding.
And I do think about, like, back in the day, the people who held on to, certain types of strains or varietals or individuals, cuttings, people that really got out their flower, because, the Perones of the world, or the people we talk about, the giants whose shoulders that we stand on, those people were the real deal, and they made it to where, you know the pressa man was heavy. I know, on even in my head, by the time I reached it in the 80s, when I was swinging weed, and I can't even imagine what people were dealing with necessarily, like in the 70s when they were going door to door. Well, no, I'm gonna take that out, because we had horrible times in California and Oregon where, we had 58 squad cars come through with white, SUVs all at once. I think that they called it like Bloody Wednesday, that happened back in the 90s. There's several different things like that, but I'm sort of I'm going off here, but what I want to say is that there are a lot of families who super held it down. They held down the genetics. They held down, giving cannabis a relationship with medicinal, making sure that it wasn't just all recreational, that they were making medicine, and that they were making strains and being able to put genetics out for particular reasons. So a lot of those people are unknown. A lot of those people, we don't even know who they are, and they maybe never will be found. I know those people.
Collective.
I know those people who we were getting, hundreds of pounds from, which was a lot back in the day. And they were carrying the strains for everybody, all back in the 80s, all the way through the 90s. I never hear their names now. I don't even know where they are or who those people are, but guaranteed they were an origination of a lot of where the flavors and the varietals came from. And they could lose their children, they could have lost their land, they could have lost everything. And I know a lot of people are still dealing with that everywhere in the world. And, kudos to them for still carrying the seed. But yeah. So I sort of am like, I feel like the plant doesn't lie, but also there's a lot of people who carried the plant that don't lie either.
Well, and listen, I'm not. When I know how important these relationships are to you, and like Josh was talking about it last week with the people that you got the Valencian dominant plant from, right? Like a real researcher doing real work and working with universities and all this stuff. I get it. Like I'm not trying to minimize the work that they're doing, the contributions that they made to our movement. Okay, I'm really not. Like I laud those people. when you talk about genetics and strains being passed down, like this is the reason that I harp on the word strain so much, is that cannabis is not a strain. A strain is an organism that when it reproduces, the offspring look like the parents, right? And that doesn't happen with cannabis. So when you talk about genetics passing from one hand to another, now we're leaving the world of anthropology and we're entering the world of botany and biology, right? And that's why, like, I draw that tight line down between the center of them, because you can be a contributing member of the cannabis community and have done all these great things and sharing seeds. You're not a fucking breeder, right? It doesn't mean that you're a breeder and you understand how to package up the genetic combinations into a seed in such a way that the phenotypes that you hold dear are represented in the next offspring, right? And that really is what breeding is about. Um,
Like,
Mah- Mojave was talking about it yesterday, on our science group meeting, and he was making this great point. It's like, people do this stuff out of love. They cross their two favorite kids together and they want to share those plants with the world. There's nothing wrong with that, but don't call it breeding, right? Because it's not. It's not breeding. Breeding is intentionally assembling traits or making a seed line representative of a type. That's what breeding is,
I think it's
right?
time to make a T-shirt that just says "Proud Pollen Chucker."
Or maybe, and not even to be funny, but I think that there's keepers maybe, and then there's breeders. So maybe we're talking about two different groups of people here, that people are keepers. They weren't breeding up to the standards of what we are defining. This individual has to have all of these attributes in their definition of your breeder.
No, it's
But
not
then
even
these
like, because
people
it's
are
not.
still
This is not about.
keepers
This is
of
not
the
about
plant and
gatekeeping.
of the medicine and of the seeds. So
But
it's
here's the thing, Kelly. This is not about gatekeeping. It's not about
no,
gatekeeping. Like, I'm not trying to make like breeder some title that is only applied to the few. Anybody can be a breeder, right? Like, that's what I was trying to show in the presentation last week. This stuff is not hard. It's just growing the number of plants required to see the patterns and understanding the patterns that are revealing themselves to you,
Are
right?
you doing the
This
work?
type of stuff is not beyond anybody. An unscientifically trained monk in like the middle of the 1850s figured it out watching pea
yeah.
plants, right? Like,
I just
He was
this is
part
I
of the Bohemian Kingdom too, which
this
is
this is
important.
not rocket
I
science.
yeah, but
Anybody
I
can
know a
do this
lot of
stuff.
those people, even back in the day, that were passing on seeds, were definitely teaching a lot of, their youth or people of how to look for traits, what you were looking for, what you wanted to carry in your male, what females that you wanted to carry on, what mothers that you wanted to carry on. So
I think
whether it was dabbling in keeping or breeding or then who they passed it off to, it's like I do think that the definitions are important, and I totally am with you. I think that defining is really important, but at the same time, it's like the plant comes with the person and the people come with the plant. Like
Well, it comes through the person.
we
It,
can't really separate them
no,
because
you can. It comes through the person, but we can separate anthropology from
oh
botany.
yeah,
They're,
no, I'm
they're,
saying we can't separate how it's come from history into now. Like the modus operandi of the plants that we have now and the medicine that we have now are the plants and the human beings working together. We can't have one without the other.
no,
So
it's
we
the
have the
intersection of the two.
sociology and the
Well, like,
biology working
and
together.
people go on vacation to Europe and they meet a breeder and they get the seeds from him there. What they've fallen in love with is the experience. They haven't fallen in love with the plant, right? But it's like that plant is associated with the experience. But that's not you don't build industry on that. Like I said in the talk, we're in a multi-billion-dollar industry at this point in time, okay? And like it really is like I made a slide about it. Your genetics, your germ, your cultivars are the IP, right? Like they are the IP. It's the basis for Marcus. Like when Marcus is making these incredible hashes, it's because those hash came from a specific plant with a unique chemical profile that allows Marcus's artistry to bring out the final product, right? That's his and is unique to his. He's not just going to go to a different market and take some random plant and try to make the same product and call it the same thing, right? And so it's like that's where it's like you have to tease apart the biology and the plant work from the anthropology, right? The anthropology is the story on how to sell the seed, and that's what people are grasping onto, right? They're grasping onto these stories to sell the product, but we've kind of lost touch with what the product is. It's like, why, everybody, it's like, I ask people, they say, well, everybody knows what a cannabis strain is. And I say, okay, well, what is it? What's a strain? Right? What is Blue Dream? What is OG Kush? And the answer that you get back is, right? Like they don't know. They don't know what the thing is. And this is
But
where
then there's the scientist who doesn't know what the experience of it is. You could go to the scientist and you could be like, bro, what is Blue Dream? And they would be like, well, here's the chemical makeup of it, but they can't tell you what it makes you feel like or what
but
kind of
Kelly,
medicine that
that's
it's
the
good
way that the
for.
plant world. That's the
No,
way
I'm
that
just saying I'm not it's not in opposition to what you're saying. It's in addition to what you're saying that we could add on both sides.
Just
Right, but
Like,
it's the thing
together.
that we haven't done in
Co-creation.
cannabis that we've done in all other
It's a
plants
collab.
is we describe a plant. We say, this is what makes this cultivar of apple unique. This is what makes this cultivar of grape unique and different from all the others. Like that's what we do with plants. We describe them. We describe the chemical traits. We describe the qualities that they give to the products that are made from those plants, like the
we
wine.
also describe the flavor and the way that it makes you feel. And that now resides in the sociological
Not in the
aspects of
registration
this.
we don't.
Because I
Not
actually know a ton of scientists who don't even smoke, which is really amazing. They don't, I know so many cannabis scientists, they'll go out and have a beer and they're like, no, I actually don't even partake in the cannabis at all, which is very interesting to me. I'm just saying, I really believe that we can't have one more important than the other because it's almost like, well, now all of the sort of pollen chucking and the people who didn't know what they were doing and weren't even breeders and they were carriers of it. Well, here you go. You're welcome. Now you all can start all of your IPs. So that's another a thought process of it. And I just don't believe that the science or the sociology of it can be separated because the community brought the plant forward for then the science to be able to study. And now the science can bring it back to the community now.
It's awesome.
And now the community then can riff off of that. I just believe that we can't.
It's music.
Yeah. So
The issue we have in the cannabis space, and this exists in other plants too, is that we've created an elevated social value to the word breeder for some reason. Instead of it just being a descriptive term of the actions you're taking with the plant, which is what Ryan's describing. It's like everybody wants to be a breeder, but no one wants to do what a breeder does. And it's like, well, that's who gives a fuck if you're called a breeder, a seed maker, or whatever. Let's just describe what we're actually doing. That's really what I think the main point of this is, right? Is instead of people getting caught up in whatever their perceived social value of some word is, listen to what the words actually mean in terms of actions.
Yeah, well, like I mean, like look, don't let's say you can't answer Luther Burbank. Name me one breeder in any other species other than cannabis.
Say it again.
Other than Luther Burbank, name me one plant breeder in any other species other than cannabis.
Right. I just know like the Grapery did their work, but I don't know the guy's name specifically. Yeah.
Right, but it's like I didn't mean you specifically. I mean the entire.
No,
panel.
that's that. No, but that's
Isn't
that's what I'm
Cavendish
getting at. Is like,
isn't the banana Cavendish? Is that not a person's the breeder's name? Am I wrong about that?
I don't even know, but I mean,
well, I know Alan
the point is that
Capillary
we
is one
don't
of the
know because we
greatest
don't
breeders
have
in the
that
world.
elevated
but
value.
that's
in
what
other industries.
that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It proves
That's
my
what I'm
point.
getting at.
It's that in the cannabis industry, we have
Exactly.
elevated the cannabis breeder to hero status or to celebrity status for no fucking reason.
Thank you.
Right? It's like it's absurd. It's absurd, and it's not based on their accomplishments as a breeder. right? It's based purely
Exactly.
on anthropological reasons.
Exactly. Which
Um,
breeding has nothing to do with,
no,
technically, other than knowing the history of your plant, but that has no actionable value really unless you have the plants that came before it.
David didn't want to be a celebrity. He didn't like the limelight. He liked being the man in the small group of people, right? That he was comfortable with, but he didn't want to be a celebrity to the masses. He had no interest in that. He wanted to quietly do his work, right? And be appreciated by his friends and the people that loved him. That's what he wanted. But he certainly didn't want the adoration of the masses. Um, So it's this weird thing in cannabis where we've elevated the breeder to celebrity status, and it's just like there's no other crop for which we do that, right? To the point where none of us on the panel can even name a non-cannabis breeder, right?
I
Aside
did.
from
I
the two
named
big ones.
Alan Capular. He's one of the greatest breeders of all time, having to do with orchids. And I've looked at
And
a lot of
food,
his work, and
seeds
he's
of
done
change.
the lineation of all of the different groupings of plants all over the entire world to try to like group them together. He came up with a tremendous amount of tomatoes that we
Name
even
me
did.
five more,
I
or
can't, but I
name
know
me
that
like,
one that I've
but
studied.
can you name like 50
No,
cannabis
no, because
breeders?
Well, I would also like to,
I agree with you. No, I think that what you're saying is
which
absolutely
makes the story
every single thing that what everybody is saying here is important. And I think that having definitions now that it was really beautiful, Etienne said, well, now we have all these different definitions of hash. Well, why can't we have all these different definitions of people who have different interactions with the plants so that we can have more of an understanding of what people do, of where they've come from in the industry, so that I don't actually think that people call themselves breeders. I'm just using this one as an example because I can think of so many different industries where this fully
I
aligns
like
to
midwifery.
with humanity. Yeah, how hilarious. Um, I just think a lot of people who make seeds, then they think that they're a breeder because that's what they think the definition of a breeder is. Like they don't even know. So it's like
Well, they think that
we
you're
haven't
regulate.
offered the community these definitions, which I think are really important.
Yeah, but I mean,
It exists in all
in
the other
fairness,
agriculture. Like if they were breeding, they would know what we're talking about then and why they wouldn't call it
Exactly.
that because it's
look,
like them wanting to use that term in some illustrious manner for things that they're not doing tells you they're not doing it, which means that they're not what they're saying they are. It's just like by definition, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. It just proves that they haven't done their homework. That's all it proves.
and that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a guitarist. I'm not a great guitarist. I'm an okay guitarist, okay? But in the guitar world and in the music world in general, there's this real strive to do better, to be better. Like people take such a passion about the art that they sit at home and they practice. Like Mark's got his guitar strapped on right now. They sit at home and they practice day after day and they learn scales and they learn patterns and they're constantly pushing themselves to improve and do better. Right. And like, I see it in the home growers because I have a lot of people that message me, and I work with like a very select few professional breeders that have had the humility to approach me and say, "Hey, can you come in and help us do better?" But in general, the popular guys that are making money and selling seeds, they're fucking clueless when it comes to breeding. They're just crossing random plants they got from other people together for profit. And because they're successful businessmen like Arian, right? Like nobody's ever gonna say Arian is an unsuccessful cannabis entrepreneur. He's incredible. He's like an incredible cannabis entrepreneur. He's not a fucking breeder, and he never will be. Why? Because he refuses to pick up a book and learn how to breed, right? And in fairness, he doesn't feel like he needs to because he's making so much damn money. Like, why are you gonna put more work into something that you when you're already selling? You're already selling out and
Already
making.
successful at it. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And that's unfortunately the specific reality in cannabis, and I know Fletch sees it, and I know the people that go down the path to try to learn better, they all see it. It's just that the public doesn't see it, right?
Well,
And a
you
lot of
can
the
call
people in
me
the
whatever
industry.
you want, But what I'm doing, there's no question what that is, right? When you look at what you're doing with the plants, right?
Yeah.
It's funny how basic it is and how convoluted that it can become. Yet again, I love humans for that. We're really good about it.
I think
Really
that
good at it.
well, as a human being, some of the most sacred things in our world are passed down by story, and
Truth.
that's just reality. You know what I mean? So we can dismiss that as anecdotal or whatever it is, but
Truth.
I've been
we
thinking about
come
it a lot
from
on this CBD auto, Josh. I want to help you guys develop a CBD auto
yeah,
so that I can
we
get you
want
guys so I can help
I
you
want
guys
that.
go through the process
You want to
and
help us? Awesome.
you'll
we just
see that
never
there's
had the resources in that sense. Like, and we're
We do now. He's
never
offering
against
it.
it. And that's why I'm saying, like, give thanks, like, let's do it. But I was just
But
gonna,
go ahead, Ryan. You
I
were going to
just,
say why.
well, especially if you're buying a Valen Varus machine, but even if not, we can do it with thin layer chromatography. But going through the process will help you guys see and learn the patterns of inheritance, right? And going through the process with once, it's like someone walking you through a recipe. Like, I mean, cooking, I think seems and making dishes, I think seems overwhelming to people that have never cooked before. But you make a couple of dishes and you're like, hey, this is actually pretty easy, right? Like it's just taking the time and having a method. And once you do that, you can just apply the method over and over to new dishes and start learning to cook. And breeding is no different. Like really, plant breeding is actually quite basic. Kevin asked me to put on this that talk that I gave last week, and he says outline the successes and the challenges of plant breeding. The challenge is having the money to pay for the lab testing and dedicate and the space to grow a bunch of plants and not be dependent on holy shit, I need a whole bunch of money coming off the crop. Right? Because that's a reality that we all have. It's like when we're growing crops, there has to be like you can't just be perpetually burning money,
You're
right?
not breeding if you're not failing.
Exactly. Well, you're failing more than you're succeeding, right? Like we call crosses in when you're making a cross in a breeding program, it's a breeding experiment. Is this cross leading to the outcome that I want? And maybe one of 10 do, right? But like the breeding project is all of the crosses that it takes to get to your goal, right? And people think that making one cross is I created a new strain. I made a cross. I created a new strain, right? I got my Sherblotto. Um,
And with the Valen Varus, what you're talking about, really, what it does is it doesn't just create validity, it also creates memory. Because when you're talking about that, like when I think about like all of our breeding that we've been doing for all of these years, we're choosing a male based off of a memory of what that male we want him to look like, what he smells like, what everything, and we can take pictures from year to year, and we can take leaf prints from year to year, and we can compare them, which of course we always did. Always would take leaf prints. Okay, this is the male that we're looking for, but we're basing that breeding from year to year without the testing that you're talking about, without all of those expenses, off of some kind of a memory. And that memory can be also based in a euphoria of a memory of something else that then it doesn't give that scientific validity that the Valen Varus gives, which now
Validaris is good at measuring THC and CBD, right?
that's
It's really good at those two things.
Macro and micronutrients as well. I think it's one of the highest values that machine has to validate
Yeah,
feed
but
cycles.
we're not using that for breeding though. But
No,
I'm just saying in the context of breeding, it's
we're using
really
it
good
for
at
growing.
measuring those two things. So what we can do is use that tool to quantify the traits that we're looking for, at least with respect to those two traits, CBD and THC, right? And it's like I said in the presentation last week, if you don't measure it, you can't manage it, right? It's like if you don't have a way, if you say I'm going to make this plant more or less of something, unless you have a way to measure that something, you're just really like it just becomes this ethereal like feeling. I'm chasing a feeling,
That's why
right?
keeping parent stock is so important, in my opinion, because
Right.
now you have your reference point to go to compare against. Like I have plants I've had for 20 years. I can tell if the breeding I'm doing currently is improving or making that worse because I can just grow another plant of that same plant and now compare it. It's not a memory, it's actually
Ex-
right in front of me.
But
Exactly.
also, we can be taking, which, old botanists and breeders from the past, which we've always done, have taken leaves, done imprints of leaves, done comparisons of leaves, that's also has validity. If we're talking about like, oh, well, here's the definition of a breeder, and that's defined off of what these breeders have done in the past historically, that also has some type of value. If you're
Of course
not
it
keeping
does. Of
mothers, if
course it
you're
does.
just doing seeds, then
Not all
keeping
traits
those
are
leaf prints.
quantitative. So there's
Yeah.
not all traits are quantitative. We have qualitative traits and we have quantitative traits. Like, in the Mendel example, like he wasn't measuring the degree of whiteness or pinkness in the flower. It was purely a measurement of quality, right? Like which class did it fit into? Was it the colored class or the non-colored class? Right? And so you can follow all sorts of traits without being quantitative about it, but you still have to take notes,
Yeah.
right? And
Give your
really,
reference or control.
yeah, and have a plan. Like I think that like a lot of the cannabis breeders they get caught in this ADHD kind of approach where you cross two things together, and then you get distracted by hey, look what came out in the offspring. Let's go down that path. It's perfectly okay to go down that path, but you still have to maintain your goal that you started with, right? And like I was talking about, like when we did when we were doing the THC, we were doing those type 2 plants and we were trying to make the flavor class plants. We figured out that we had these 6-to-1 THC to CBD plants and these H-to-1 CBD or THC to CBD plants. That was like a side route discovery that was accidental. It wasn't planned. It was just something that came up during our breeding program. But it didn't derail us from our breeding program. It became a separate breeding program, right? Is like also chasing down that goal. And I think in the cannabis community, I think a lot of times what happens is people, they mash their gelato to their sherb plant, and then they get just they're like, it's like pheno stumbling. It's like, what do I get? What comes out? And they get distracted by the thing that they found in the first generation rather than following through with the goal and the intent with which their breeding program actually started or from which their breeding program actually started.
I think that's the unique aspect of just, our call it our medium in general within the plant world, right? Looking back and when I was younger, I don't I don't know anyone other than Dave that was really doing large populations because of
You
the
couldn't.
legality of it. I mean, imagine like the space that I wish I could have had when I was doing even what I was doing. I mean, it was a lot to be growing a few hundred plants at that time, let alone a few thousand plants.
Yeah.
So if I look back at it and I'm like more really self-reflective about it, it's like I would have died to have that opportunity. You know what I mean? Like some of these kids today have like are so spoiled, like these facilities and these amenities and you know the the best way to get to the perfect EC is just all at their fingertips. You know what I mean? And they still can't make that work.
Bro, they
You
got
know,
farms. They got farms to set up and grow like thousands of plants.
yeah, but like even that, like to your point, it's not enough, and it's a very new ideology to instill in this into the medium right now. And I actually am really appreciative of the way you're thinking about it because since I was really young, I've been thinking about it like this, but it's like, how do you get to that, right? And methodically, how do we get to there sustainably, right? To Fletcher, I think you said it well, like the cost to do this can be a lot, but it can also be a little if you're strategic. And I think that's another part of like, how do we look at it so you can get the work done, but also stay alive, right? Because there's also that component. Um, because it's a balance when you're breeding and you don't have big investors like, someone like Node Labs or whatever, that's like their whole world is to try to push this idea of genomics forward, for whatever it's worth. I don't know if they're doing it any justice, but I think that they're trying to they're trying. I think in a lot of respect, I think others are too, but what's the end goal is the big question. And then does it really serve, the industry to put out genetics, the way that we have been historically? I don't know. Like what do you guys think? Like is it beneficial to be caught in this cycle, or is it beneficial to be breaking through and doing the large scale pheno hunts, and like what do you think?
Having access to the seed, there's no doubt that having access to the seed has been beneficial for the movement. I think the internet was great in that.
Yeah,
But it also pushed us down this path where it's like the bar is set so low and anybody can sell seeds without doing the work. And I don't think
sure,
that that's a good thing for the plant. Right.
sure.
And I think despite that, we still continue to make gains because the few accidental lottery ticket winners that find these unique and marvelous plants that have unique scents and flavors, those things inevitably get passed around. And
Yeah,
that ups the average quality of cannabis over time.
yeah,
Um, but it doesn't do things like breed in powdery mildew resistance or botrytis resistance or good plant architecture,
yep,
right? And plant morphology and like, things like good flower morphology that make trimming less work and that saves the business money,
yeah.
right? There's a
No, I agree.
I think that
It's funny. Like as I was thinking about all this, Mojave popped in my brain, and you just popped in the room. Because we had this conversation before, and I think you said it well, and maybe you can correct me here, but you do all this work and you get to that end goal, right, Ryan? And then does it respond with the world at large, right? Can it sit on the shelf and like live there from a retail's perspective? Because there's a testament there, right? Like there's certain varietals that have been able to sit on the shelf that it just have its own mystique behind it.
I mean, like
You know,
we made all these incredible plants in California, and none of them are on the market, right? Because they're owned by this
right.
group that's quite protectionist, and it's won a bunch of Emerald Cups, and it didn't, like they just haven't been able to figure out how to bring it to market, in a
Colin.
way in a
Oh,
way
go ahead.
that's appreciated by people or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know where we get to. Um,
Well,
We gotta
I was
start with the we
thinking,
gotta start with the basics. I was online the other day. I went on a forum that I never go on, and someone was going on about how some white label seed company has taken their strain and they're knocking it off and using their name. And I was like, well, why don't you get like a patent or plant breeders' rights on the variety if it's actually unique and novel and it qualifies to be protected, why didn't you protect it? Right? And they're like, oh, I don't want to talk about that. And it's like, all right, you don't want to talk about that because you're under the idea that like just by putting a name on a random cross makes it yours. And that's fucking stupid. Right? Like it just doesn't. When you if you didn't know, you could go about to like 10 of these or 15 of these seed companies all over the states and buy a bunch of random seeds and run them in a lab. They'd all look the same, right? Because everybody's crossing the same parents together. They're literally everybody's crossing Chem to OG, right? Or cookies or gelato or whatever. They're using the same mother plants, right? So we, in plant breeding, we have this thing we say like begets like, right? Like the offspring are quite similar to the parents, right? And so when you were crossing the same thing that Joe Blow down the street is crossing together, you're ending up with the same thing, right? You're not ending up with a different plant that's actually novel that is able to be protected under a PBR, under something like plant breeders' rights, right? And yeah, I mean, I think it kind of gives like it should give people thought to what is ownership. Like just spanking together a cross and putting a name on it, that's not creating something new, right?
Can I comment on I just have to say, like, for one, I am not a breeder, but I have protected plants. I have a patented plant and I have UPOF protected plant. And part of the reason I felt entitled to do that ownership wise was I stuck with one line, and I've pretty much stuck with one line for 30 plus years. Like it was never, it was like, hey, I found this plant. It resonates with me. It reminds me of my family history, the ethnography side. Um, and I decided I'd just stick with it and stick with terpenoline dominant California old school weed characteristics and do a couple crosses, and that's it. And then just work it for years and years and never to produce seeds. I've never sold a single seed in my life. I've only made crosses to select plants for myself to grow. That's been the whole goal. But I think a big part of this, I think that where it gets confusing for people is crop improvement versus the diversity in the gene pool, right? Cannabis is so diverse in chemistry and color and shape and all the other things too, that we haven't landed as an industry on what it even is. Like regulatory wise, we haven't even landed yet on what it is, what it's allowed to be even. So traditionally crops, they land, they find a place, society deems them important, and then you approve upon them to make them more resistant, more vigorous, higher yielding, higher in a specific compound or quality. But cannabis is so diverse that we haven't landed there yet. There's too many compounds. There's too much math. There's too much data. And we keep having these outliers that pop up every now and then that present a whole new, oh, now this is what cannabis is. And I think that has a lot to do with the celebrity of breeding and the celebrity of seed companies and brands, is that they can come up with a new latest thing, which you don't see in other crops. Things don't just shift over from spicy and earthy to candy gas. Like broccoli doesn't just change its entire flavor profile next season. So cannabis is so complicated in its diversity. But the thing that I think is interesting in how this ties into this conversation, where it started with the work that's being done with Caleb and Dominic, is that diversity in the gene pool, the chemical diversity in the gene pool, just stick with that, not any of the other attributes. That chemical diversity came through people. It was individual people who made decisions based off of all kinds of factors, money, all kinds of other things that created this landscape of compounds that we all work within. So for better or worse, whether it was Doug Fir bringing Afghan into Humboldt, one guy, right? Or whether it was David Watson bringing skunk and haze and Afghan one and all the other things he brought to Amsterdam, one guy that shaped how essentially shaped how we feel because cannabis is a drug, right? So there's something fascinating about that. And now in the modern day, it seems like, cannabis is more of an aroma than a drug. And when some person, and, I don't really follow the celebrity thing, but I totally dig it. And I did see it in Amsterdam big time, where people were claiming a lot of credit for things that they didn't necessarily do, is that they present something new. They do. They find an outlier and it's different than anything else in some way. And to me, that happened, a number of times, but now we're kind of like, to Ryan's point, now we're in the point where like, we kind of did that with OG Chem and Sour, and now we're recycling the same impact that happened by those few guys. And those were also individual guys that made
Can I
us.
just say though that those new things that they find, that is the novelty that's required to get a PBR.
Yeah, no, I know. Well, no, this is irregardless of the ownership and whether or not you should be even seeking that or but I'm just saying that, so there's just something inherently tied to the ethnobotany side. And it's really interesting because like Rob loves the people side.
Yeah.
He loves the story of the people and the plants, and he wants to be there to learn about their story and their people. And David was so focused on the plant, right? He's like, I'm here in Amsterdam doing the work. Rob's over in China. He's like on a hillside somewhere. And to me, it's because it's equally important because these are plants and people and the people that use the plants. So like
Absolutely.
it's not about the celebrity status or the wealth. That's I think is where prohibition screwed this over and turned it into a cash grab for
Well, look, I
everybody.
mean, everybody needs money to live, right? And I think that that's something that gets, overclocked in society, right? It's like, do you have what you need, or are you just chasing really ego-based things, right? But the anthropology, I'm not saying the anthropology isn't important. I'm just saying it's important to recognize that it exists and that we should be able to tease that apart from the biology. I think David is a great example, and Diana, frankly. Um, I didn't have a very close relationship with Diana until David passed, right? And David wouldn't, and I would be just so focused out on nerding on the chemistry and the geekery of the plant and getting high that she wasn't really like, that wasn't exciting for her. But in speaking to her, spending time with her since his passing, she is the she has all the anthropological secrets of the relationships that David had, right? Like she knew the brothers better probably than David did because she spent so much time on their farm trimming the haze, right? And so, you talk to her about the Hayes brothers or any number of other people in the industry that David and Diana came into contact throughout their lives, and she's telling me about like the sons and the kids and the wives of these people, right? That we all know the stories of as cannabis people, but she has all the anthropological data and study because again, we are living with this plant. It's like the plant doesn't live in isolation. It's just that in our care of the plant or our individual care of these populations of seeds that we're carrying around, all individually carrying around, either in the history of that seed population or in the presence of the human, there's some genetic change that leads to a phenotype. Okay. And that phenotype might be different. And I'm going to say the guy's name again. I've never met him, but the white thorn rose dude, Caleb's friend, right? From California. I think this
Johnny.
I think
Johnny, Johnny and Rose.
I want to go meet him. Like, I think that he should be someone that is recognized in the cannabis industry way more than any fucking.
He is. He's fully recognized. Colin,
He should be. Listen, he should be known worldwide. Like,
he is.
to me, he's developed a unique type of cannabis and is adding. It's like adding a new type of wine to the world.
It is, Ryan.
Has an
And on a
amazing
family piece
story.
of land.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also to understand
And
that,
has
like,
been in jail, incarcerated for it.
right,
Yeah.
but it's just to understand as well that it's like that happened with him, but he didn't do it. It just happened while it was with him, right? And so it's like it's about understanding what that thing that happened in the plant is and how can we take that thing and expand it to make it more things in the cannabis world and also give dude his credit, and of course he should benefit from it economically, right? Like because he found and saved and preserved this thing amongst all the other more common things in cannabis. He found this rare thing and recognized its value.
You really did. And the moment you taste it, you're like, I remember, I'll never forget it. I was at Legends and Kyle came up to me because he had it and he was like, you got to try this. And I just looked over at him. I was like, this is amazing. This is like literally, it's like like you said, it's a new color palette. It's like someone just played a new song for me. I'm like, that was sick.
Well, and I can see
Yeah.
it in the labs. This was the first time I saw the labs, my eyes popped out. So,
Yeah.
and Kelly, you and Josh, your Valencian dominant plant was no different than that, right? It's like
Yeah.
it's this incredibly unique thing, and whether it happened in, your plant breeder friend's family or it happened, in just through random pollination or whatever, it happened. And to me, those puzzle pieces are such important building blocks for the global cannabis experience, right? That we like. That's why I'm so nuts about this stuff. Is it's like we need to fucking save these things. And
Colin,
right? And you can only save them when you know how to preserve a trait.
Mhm.
Right. And that's why it's important, because just crossing it off to new thing and then sending them out into the universe, that trait might lay buried recessive in populations for years before anybody discovers it again. You know?
Yeah.
It's just willy-nilly. It's not, it's
Yeah. Colin, you had first asked the question about like, is it any better the 1,000 or 10,000 or 1 million seed breeding hunt as opposed to like something that's really small or something that's from the past, or whether you have proper testing or whether you're going off of memory. I guess I'm just going to be the one to say it. Like when we're talking about breeding, for me, it's about the health and wellness of the plant first and foremost. And I believe that you can be a breeder of dogs and you could be the most important breeder of the world of dogs. And you could be called the best breeder of the world, and your dogs are fucking unhealthy because you're not feeding your dogs good food. And, like when Marcus had mentioned, the Valenveris, does the mineral count or whatever of the plant, I actually believe that that's unbelievably important in breeding. I think that as breeders, we have this incredible, and I'm not calling myself a breeder, those people have an incredible responsibility, I believe, with the plant. Like if you're going to be a breeder, be healthy. And maybe it's sort of funny, I'm the one woman here on the conversation that's going to bring that out, but like health and wellness of your crop and health and wellness of what you're bringing forward, because you're not just bringing forward, a certain type of varietal or something that's different than something else. You're bringing forth the health and wellness of the cannabis plant itself. So I'm always going to stand in the corner that breeding needs to come from healthy stock, whether it's a 1 million count or whether it's a 4 plant count. I want to see health and wellness number one above and beyond those, cannabinoid ratios and terpene ratios and esters and thiols. I want to see that that plant is healthy. And a lot of times, there's been a male. We know that that male is the one that we're always carrying through. It's got all of what we've been looking for. The leaf is matching our leaf print, everything. But I'm looking at another male right next to it that's almost totally identical, but it's got the total vitality, health, and wellness. It doesn't necessarily have everything that our lineage was going to go for. But for me, as a person who's going to be bringing my seeds into the next year and wants to bring my stock into the next year, guaranteed as a farmer, as a cultivator, as somebody who's choosing and picking these plants, a breeder, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to choose the healthier plant because that's what I want to bring forward in the next generation of what we're bringing forward. So it's awesome we can talk about all of these tests and different aspects of the plant, but to talk about the health and wellness of the plant in bringing that forward. Because I mean, unfortunately, I've seen a tremendous amount of breeding projects that have happened throughout the world, like the ones in Israel I mean, they're so chemically laden. How are we even able to see what the plant's true potential is if we're putting, a fish in a forest telling it to swim? Like it's a plant that belongs in soil. So I'm just going to be that person who stands on that edge of it. I'm not saying that everything isn't possible. I'm not saying that you can't, have wonderful breeding projects and people can't do what they're doing, but I'm going to stand in the corner that breeding should come from health and wellness of the plants.
Yeah, and a
Yeah,
couple
I
hundred
mean,
years ago, people in Europe started breeding dogs for really weird aesthetic reasons, and their health and well-being was secondary, where the whole dog separation from the wolf was about the utility and health of the community and stuff. And the dogs adapted over time and were selected over time based off of, and it wasn't just how pretty you are. And in a weird way, modern weed is about how pretty and how good you taste for 10 seconds. not about how good you feel for 2 hours. It's like that's always
Y-
been a thing for me. It's like I will chew a bitter pill easily that tastes like funky dirt and shit if it makes me feel great all day. But if it tastes beautiful and amazing and it's gone in 30 seconds or 30 minutes, I'm like, why did that become the main driver of our industry? I mean, I think I have an assumption why, because we all smoke too much weed to know the difference between good feeling and bad feeling. But it's like that to me goes back to the whole crux of what breeding and what cannabis should be, is that we're trying, and where breeders have so much almost ethical responsibility is you guys are the people who shape the way people's lives, the way they feel, the way they interact with their community, their family, their workplace. And that to me isn't about flavor and smell and how it looks. That's 100% about chemistry, about how that chemistry interacts with people. And that's really complicated and shouldn't be overthought, shouldn't be a second thought. And I know breeders who don't even smoke weed. Like they just smell it and they like, break it up and they send it to the lab and they do that. And they're not even smokers. It's like they're not trying to even address their own well-being with cannabis. They're just trying to create a marketable product that they can sell. And
Well, I think it's in today's, just today, call it today, the best way to put it. When we don't value process, we value the end result of a process, right? We don't value the nuance that goes into what you're talking about that allows that all to ensue and happen. And we see it in mediums like film, we see it in art, and music is a great example of it right now. And that's at the heart of things, a very psychological, deep thing to understand. But we expect, $50 to give you the next chem dog, and the $15 a month subscription to give you the algorithm that buys you taste and culture, right? And what have you, right? So I think in this moment, I think the work that Ryan is presented to do, and I know the work that let's just call Fletch here, you're putting the work in, is important to highlight the process and why this is important to the end result. And I think Dr. Mark, you can relate to this as a scientist. It's process is everything to you, right? That's how you get to your conclusion. It's what it is. But when we're pushed against that grain in society today, it's important to remind everyone and ourselves that these things there is no wrong, and that's why I asked the question, really, and I firmly believe that. I just was curious to see what everyone would kind of talk about, because I know everyone has a different point of view here on the panel, and I love that because it's like, truly there is. I've watched people pop 6 seeds and find the keeper, and I was just like, damn, that's amazing. I've popped 10,000 seeds and watched the whole thing and found nothing. Yeah, I mean, seriously,
And I
you know,
don't think that's what Ryan is speaking against in any way. Like I haven't heard
no,
it. I do see every time he
no,
opens his mouth though, like on just from posting shorts with him recently, that people get defensive about what he's saying and kind
yeah,
of like are like, no, but this. And he's like, of course, but I'm just talking about this, like
correct.
breeding. It's like, yeah, of course you could find something super cool,
Yeah,
that doing a small cross with a small amount of seeds, but is that going to be a cultivar that can go to a larger facility where it's going to be grown on a huge population and be accessible by many different people instead of just the small amount of people in that group's
yeah, 100%.
inner circle?
Yeah,
So it's just really about specifically breeding and understanding breeding. It's like someone
yep,
said, "Oh, so you don't think Johnny's a breeder?" It's like, well, it's not that he's not a breeder. It's that if he was, he'd understand that he got a plant to do something incredible, and he might go back through breeding techniques and find that mechanism and find what did that, and then maybe recreate it with other volatile organic compounds and create even more amazing novel things. So I don't think Ryan's saying, "Oh yeah, that's unimportant." It's
No, I'm saying,
amazing.
how can I help you do that?
Yes, exactly.
yeah,
Right? That's what I'm
100%.
saying.
How
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
help you do that?
I
Yeah,
think
because
What Ryan's presenting is more of a roadmap for those that would like to elevate what they're doing and truly learn process. And I think that's really
I'll
important.
tell
That's
you a
what I'm
story.
trying to highlight here is like, I think we need to highlight process, and process is invaluable because it allows you to explore and break things and pressurize things and try again. And I think that's the most important thing.
I'll tell you a story, and Mojave knows this one because he introduced me to the guys. Mojave brought me a potential consulting client for these breeders down in California called Atlas Seeds, and they were making autos, and they were struggling with their potency, right? Because autos are different in that you have to make the seeds before you select the plant. You can't select the plant and then decide you're going to use it to make seeds, right? Because autos, they live one generation unless you're doing some fancy tissue culture stuff, which is very expensive and prohibitive. And so anyway, you needed to carry out the breeding program to chase potency or to chase cannabinoid content in a very specific way that stumble breeding, as people do in cannabis, would just not get you there. Anyway, that was a few years ago. I think it was in like 2021. They just posted yesterday or a couple days ago that they've now got like plants coming out at like 33% THC autos, right? Because they used a breeding method and a goal, a way of approaching it that seemed not the way to go, but it clearly got them there. I mean, those are pretty much the most high cannabinoid content autos that I've seen.
And that's a perfect example of like it's not about ego, it's about achieving your goals quickly and as efficiently and actually as cheaply as possible if those are your goals. And these guys had a very specific goal. They approached me and Rob. I went up there, had a few comments, just from my limited perspective. And right away, I was like, which is always the challenge of being Rob Clark's partners. Everyone thinks you're another Rob Clark. It's like, no, I'm Rob's partner. I'm not a Rob or a David. I'm here to work with Rob because he's my brother and we think we can have an impact. But everyone's always like, okay, the Rob Clark guy's showing up. I'm like, okay, I'm showing up to tell you you need to hire Ryan Lee. and and seriously, and those guys, they were a little bit like, okay, well, we called you, we figured you guys would be the ones. I'm like, yeah, well, we can help you. And we did, like right away. We could say, like, I just went up there and right away I was like, yeah, there's a few things you guys are doing that are a little wonky. But really, what you're trying to achieve is you need to talk to someone who's a real plant breeder. And man, those guys, within a year already, they were so fucking grateful. And I was just telling a friend this the other day. When I first toured that facility, that first day, it was also the beginning of auto, and every auto was just a little plant in the field that looked kind of sad and small. And some of them were bigger, and some of them were smaller, and some of them had no resin, and some of them were weird. But then when we went back, Caleb, when we went back there in 2024 and walked those fields, and they were big fucking trees and they were plants with resin on them that smelled really nice. It was a complete I mean, in 3 years, it was just like focus, focus, focus. And they achieved what they tried to do. And they actually positioned themselves fairly well in the autoflower world because that's where they wanted to be. So that's the whole point. Like if you just want to be a guy who's selling seeds, that's fine. But if you're trying to achieve something, and that's also why CRISPR is kind of exciting, is because that way, like no matter what direction cannabis goes, you can kind of just attach that beneficial attribute along the line. Say like you work 20 years on a line, Colin, like the point is like, which happens a lot. We've seen it a lot. People put a lot of money and time and effort, and then the market just says, this isn't what we want. And consumers don't make informed decisions. That's not the way commerce works, right? They buy crap. They buy the wrong shit all the time. So like to leave it up to them to decide what's good is like insane. And to leave it up to big corporations to decide what consumers should think is good is also insane. So it's like it's a real effort to crash through the wall of cannabis complexity when it comes to like delivering what
Yeah,
you should.
dude, I talked to one consumer, and this guy told me he was 30 buys in before he found what he liked. Imagine doing that as it can like I can't even imagine that. I was like, wait a second. So you came into a store 30 times before you walked out with something you're like, yes, this is the one. Like I was just dumb. Like that's a, you know, lived a
And it
lot of
depends on
lives
the
there.
and it depends on the store, which is really fucked up. Like years ago when we were going to do
Yeah.
a cannabis guide based off of a bird book. It was
Yeah.
with Michael Backus, right? And we were going to do
Oh,
this
okay.
idea. It was an
Yep.
idea like, hey, we could just take
Yep.
like the Audubon Society book and copy that format and
Yep.
use it for cannabis. I'm like, yeah, that's a good idea. And I started looking at menus at dispensaries and going, yeah, but there's different birds in every park now.
Yeah.
And that's fucked up because that's not the way it works, right?
Yeah.
And you can pretty much walk into any grocery store, whether it's a Vons or a Whole Foods, and you can make just about any meal. The quality might be a little bit different. So a consumer can have the experience, but a consumer can go to a shop 30 times in a row and not even see very much diversity in the gene pool. And if they
Right.
get lucky, they go to another shop across the block and they cross the street and go, holy shit, I had no idea you guys had my medicine.
I think
Right.
that's why the tent grow is so valuable and the home grow and that whole movement across the world. I mean, once you do find a plant, if you can just grow a few of those plants in your tent, which is pretty like doable to have that in your home somewhere. Then you're growing your own medicine, and then we all know that like you can vibe with it, and that adds to the potency for you. And so I think that revolution or evolution of the industry is very important and powerful. And that isn't about industry or anything. That's just about finding your right. And obviously, it's something to get your own clone and all that, whatever. But a lot of stores do sell clones. So yeah, buy
Well,
the
have you,
bud, then
Well,
get the
I,
clone.
I think it goes back to what Ryan was saying, like as the seed production can get more, pointed and call it more consistent and predictable, you might be able to go and do that, right? And do that all the time consistently. And I think that's a really that's a really good goal,
well, there's a,
for
there's
any
a,
breeder.
Listen, I want the grower to have that experience, whether it comes through seed or like a registered clone registry where we know that this is this variety, this is a specific cultivar,
Yeah.
and they're shared and distributed over the world. I don't even care if like the breeder's getting a royalty. It's just that people should know when they're smoking Blue Dream or cookies or Chem 4 or whatever, one of my plants, that it's that plant, right? It's that unique thing that we chose, right? Because what's happening nowadays is when people take those seeds and they cross them together with something else, inevitably the seeds that you get at home are not like the parent, right? And so you're not actually getting the experience of the thing that we discovered, right? And so that's why I was looking at, or that's why I came up with the artificial seeds like way so long ago, was a way to like get a clonal material into someone's hand halfway across the world so that they're growing the same thing, right? Like that's the true exceeding rare cultivars that become the clone onlys. Like they're valuable for a reason because they have something that other weed doesn't, right? At least the good ones. And really, like truly in that world, only the cream really rises to the top. Everything else is just a flash in the pan, and it's there, and then it's gone, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's interesting because we cherish these varietals, and then we'll sometimes I hear, we'll talk about buckets, right? We'll be like, well, it's in the sweets category or the blues category or whatever. How do you feel about, you know, taking a, repository approach, to the genetics, and how do you personally view like an authentic way to name it? Because
I mean,
it's almost to this day, almost still like you can submit it, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is there the Kelly Blue Book version?
there isn't yet,
You
and
know?
it's part of the problem is that we're gonna have Trevor on in the next week or two, and he'll have some good stuff to say about this. David went through the reason I know a lot about the PBR world is David did a couple, right? And
Hmm.
then that group that I was working with in California filed a series of patents. So I got to understand the whole process of how that whole world works.
Yeah.
Utility patents, plant patents, and variety registrations in the States or whatever. And then there's like
Yeah.
the international world, which is a little bit different. Um, but yeah, like it's all about the financial side of that kind of stuff and protecting the rights, whether there's like big money coming off the commerce or not. It's about making sure that the Macintosh apple or the Haas avocado is that thing when it's shipped internationally, right? Um, but what it's about is making sure that there's no fraud to consumers, right? Is that when a consumer buys something that they're getting the thing that they're paying the extra value to buy.
And
Um,
that's the biggest issue is the consumer is really lost. Like there's already enough, there's this concept of the paradox of choice, which is when you give somebody more options, they have a harder time selecting one. They did these
right,
studies where they put a kid in a room with 50 toys and the kid just stands there and looks at all the toys for 5 minutes.
right,
And you put a kid in a room with one toy and they just gravitate right towards it and pick it up and start playing.
right.
And so cannabis has got all this diversity and people go through all these dispensaries and buying all these different things. And there's that. And then it's all been renamed. So you think you land on what you like and it's not even what it is. And so the trademark conventions or the lack of trademark conventions really are a huge stumbling block. And dispensaries would rename things, growers would rename things. A guy would buy something from a grower and rename it before he got to the dispensary, and then the dispensary would rename it when they sold it.
Yeah.
That's fucked
Well,
up.
well,
Yeah.
now
That's
we're
still
even seeing
that
it.
that is the majority of the product in the marketplace today is exactly that.
Well, let's be
Yeah,
honest about it. To the consumer, it never mattered because they got high, right?
true.
Like in the end, most often, right? Most often they were satisfied with what they bought. But it's for me, it's not about that. It's about can we do better? Can we offer this incredibly snobby experience that we're all sitting around talking about?
Well, I
And,
mean, there
and
there
putting
was
that
that
in a store.
experience. That's why we're all sitting here, is because we all did find those little markets, that little niche where you could get some real sour or some real Chem Dog or some real Albert
Exactly.
Walker or whatever. And now your little group feels special. And then, everybody tries to preserve that experience. I mean, that there is that part of the market, and that's what drives the majority of what the culture is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, and that's like, yeah.
Those authentic varietals are exactly where the culture comes from. Almost
yeah,
everybody's experience dates back to some cultivar.
Yeah, well, yeah.
it's true.
It was just really what's available. I think there's a lot in
Otherwise, you're just in wheat.
there's a lot in set and setting too, but I just having seen all the chemical diversity that we can do in the different flavors, it's just such a bummer for me that we're at legalization and both home growers and customer like retail customers can't walk into any store anywhere in the world and buy the diversity that exists within the plant, right? Like even like a good representative sample of the diversity. You're going in, you're buying a bunch of names with a THC number. That's it. There's barely any 2 to 1s. There's certainly no 6 to 1s or 5 to 1s, anything like potentially useful in that, ratio thing. Half the flavors don't exist on any given market. More than half the flavors don't exist in any given market.
That's
It's
just the
like,
market. That's just the what happens to a market when you industrialize its production. I mean, that's really all it boils down to. It's the same for every other ag crop. There's no diversity in apples that you get to pick at grocery stores. There's like 20 main varieties, and 6 of them account for the majority of it. So,
yeah,
same for cannabis, because we allowed industrialized production. The thing that gave us a lot of what we have is because there were so many people doing it in small gardens that were isolated from each other, and that's kind of what created the diversity that we have. Not that that was ideal by any means, but that's what we were served, was what would survive isolated through prohibition
yeah. Well,
and
it's
wasn't affected by industrialized production yet. Because now what we have is, instead of 1,000 growers growing 1,000 different varieties or cultivars, we've got 100 growers growing 90% cultivars that come, or varieties that come from the same family. So
yeah,
Yeah. And a lot of growers that are out there that I know on even on the traditional side, they want to run two things, and that's it. And it's got to be pre-sold, and that's it. And it's just the way it is. And there's not a lot of time throughout the year, especially when you have a small garden, you got what, four times, if you're small, because
I
you
mean,
think you're gonna.
here's an interesting perspective is think just 20 years ago, the maximum amount of a certain cultivar that was probably in the market in the world was maybe what, 100 pounds a month or a couple hundred
Right.
pounds a month. I mean, that would have been
Totally.
a big grower with their own varietal that they're pushing, and that was that. Now you have millions of pounds of the exact same genetics being grown by tons. The diversity is just because of industrialization, in my opinion.
So the incestuous nature of it all, right? Like
It's
it's
that
so what
competition created with them for
but
price.
do you think, yeah, but like, so here's a different take on it. And, this is just for the sake of the conversation. Like if I'm a cultivator and I see someone growing, let's just use your variety, like rainbow belts, right? I'm going to want to grow something different because perhaps, or maybe I'm going to run your 3.0, right? So I can differentiate myself away from them. But that's not necessarily the mentality that most cultivators take.
They're
What
starting to.
I mean, it just
Because like
seems
Ryan
like
said,
why.
it's that's your IP. If you're a grower, if you don't have anything other than just chasing the race to the bottom, if you don't have some sort of IP that your consumer
Right.
resonates with.
Yeah,
Right.
but
So
nobody. Yeah, the problem is yeah, it's funny because I listen. I see this whole thing falling apart. Not falling apart, but the way that it's playing out in legal markets in Canada and Europe, and also in the States. And it's like everybody. Some growers, what they need to do is grow. They don't need to be running like pheno homes, right? Like that's insane. They need to be partnering with someone that's a good nursery supplier. The other side of the equation is I know nurseries here in Canada and they're selling the same clones to everybody, right? And that also doesn't help the marketplace because it doesn't help. You're not helping your client get differentiated in the marketplace. You're
Exactly.
helping them become the same as all the other guys that are also already not selling their weed, right? So it's and like I said, I said it in my talk. I was talking to this one company, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we run four seeds every crop because we're always looking for something new." And I was like, "What?" Like that's like, can you imagine like your whole plan for success for your life or retirement was buying four lottery tickets a week? You know what I mean? Like that's a pretty grim way to run a business, or plan for your future in terms of IP. But people think that it's like all these seed companies that are fraudulent. They think that they're real. I was at a conference the other, like I said 2 weeks ago, and I had all sorts of people coming up and telling me stories about the seeds that they bought, and I was just like, ooh, like you spent money on stuff that you have no idea is just totally a sucker's play, and they believed the story from the guy that was telling them the seeds, right? And I was just like, damn.
And you can't convince them otherwise because they've been told that's what it is, right?
No, and I'm I've got varieties in the market or that I'm trying to license to people, and it's like the licensing fee is pretty much covered by the savings that they have in labor costs associated with trimming and harvesting, right? It's like they're like, no, we're gonna buy like these $300 seeds and run 10 of them in a, it's like it's just the time that you waste and analytical testing and all that stuff. It's just like, man, there's better ways to be doing this stuff. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's like the newest part of the industry that hasn't developed yet.
Here's what it's become is it's a retail marketplace. So these companies that are buying genetics, let's say the people that are good growers but shouldn't be investing into hunting, and then the people that are giving them their varieties or producing them for them. Those growers are not just looking for a good genetic. They're looking for good genetics and marketing that already exists,
Yeah.
demand that's already been created for that genetic. So it's not about just breeding, and this is where we kind of get back into the conversation about the breeders being put on a pedestal when it's really the varieties. Like you said, we can't name any breeders outside of of cannabis very easily, but we can name lots of varietals of different or cultivars of different varieties of apples. You know, we all know 5 different kinds of apples, the Cosmic Crisp and all these other things they have. So you know, those are a lot more recognizable to the consumer, and that's where also what Mojave was boiling down to is the lack of trademark protections, which is what I've always kind of harped about, is that really you don't in the retail marketplace of cannabis, the recreational, the patents and everything don't do you as much good as a trademark actually does. And the trademark is really your brand's promise to consumers that they get the same experience no matter where they go. And that's actually kind of ties into everything that we're talking about, right?
So Fletch, and it's interesting because that's why OG is OG. That's why it was called, that was why it was named OG. So back to the whole, like, you want to grow something that already has a demand. So when Kush was first given out within our community, and people got it, and they knew that they had a brand. It's like they had a franchise. They just opened the door and people just walk on in because you're already a brand, there's already a demand. And then, but some of those people weren't good growers. Some of those people weren't producing the fire. They just were a shitty McDonald's. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, we got a brand and we're just gonna, So then Josh and that group of people said, no, we're gonna put OG in front of Kush to connotate who grew it. That it isn't just because you have Kush doesn't give you an automatic right to charge $6,400 a pound, which people were. And like, no, so they threw OG in front of it. And that way we knew. And in the beginning, like literally, I mean, they'd say, like, is this Ogers or not? Which meant it's not about the genetics. It's not about the plant anymore. It's about the plant and the people who grew it and the attention to detail that it took to really get that high ticket. But that's the whole thing. And that's that thing that happened with Sour and OG, for better or worse, shaped the next 20 years of all the breeders and plant sellers and the hype and everything. It was like something weird happened. Those gassy notes got into the gene pool, and everyone felt like all I got to do is get the cut. And then I too have the franchise that I can just
It's because it was very consistent, right? Like back then, very few people were growing seeds, much less growing or breeding anything. So if you had OG and you were known as having OG, it was going to be the same in LA or the same in Oregon or the same in New York.
But that's the point.
If you were working with the right people, right? And that's where the culture, the whole secret culture, that's where it was. Is you would know that you're talking to the right people in New York if they've got the real OG that you know is the real one from LA. It's not some Fugazi one.
Well, no, it's not about the plant at all, though. That's the point. OG has nothing to do with genetics. So now when people say all the different OGs out there, what they're talking about is the different Kush plants that were distributed by Josh and his crew and Matt Bubba. But the OG moniker that was put in front of it was an indicator of who grew it and where it came from.
What I'm saying. Yeah.
So but I'm saying once the plant went out, it never should have gone out with an OG tag. That it just for some reason.
I understand, but what I'm saying is the reason that it resonated further, right, is because of that, right? Exactly.
Yeah.
Is because there was a consistency at that time because we didn't have so many fakes out there. Without so many fakes, people got the experience in other places, and it actually was the same when they went to LA, and they're like, bro, that's the same shit, you know?
But
yeah,
that
the
also
problem is
permeated.
that there was all these fucking losers in Canada selling stuff that wasn't OG Kush called OG Kush.
And that's what we still have the problem with today with all these varieties. And that's what you always see me harping on people about is like,
well, that's why it was nice.
The funk.
That's why it was nice to go to dinner with Josh and the Arcana boys, and Caleb was there and my whole crew from Colorado. And we got to smell jars of just the most beautifully expressed flowers, OG being one of them for sure. I have not wanted to interrupt the conversation because it's been going seemingly for about an hour and a half, but I have been trying to do this giveaway from the press club. I don't know what I'm giving you. I don't know what they're giving you, I should say. It could be a bubble spoon. It could be some press bags. It could be some stickers. I have no idea. It could be all those things. I don't want to commit. I just want to commit that if you win this, you will be getting something from the press club. I've said it before. It's really simple. Send me an email if your name gets picked, and immediately let me know through email that it's you. And then I'll text you a sentence to say in the chat. And that just is an easy way for me to connect your name to the email that I receive, because YouTube names aren't always exactly the emails that I receive. You guys will be able to get back to this conversation immediately as well. But I feel like I've been trying to give press club stuff away for months and haven't pulled it off. So today, Sunday, February 1st, we're doing it. As you can see, I have 125 entries. Choose a winner. So I'm going to choose a winner. Boom, bam, boom. Fictitious Freedom. Dude, Fictitious Freedom just won. How cool is that?
Nice. Good for him.
Fictitious. Yeah, for real. All right, Fictitious. Send me an email at bcbubbleman@icloud.com and we'll sort this out. In the meantime, you guys can get back to this conversation. Sorry for the interruption. Thank you to the Press Club for sponsoring and supporting the listeners with some cool giveaways. I gave all they sent me those bubble spoons, but I ended up giving them all away. They are kind of, for me, the greatest gift to give people. I was giving them to people that don't even like make bubble. And they're just like, yeah, it's my mac and cheese spoon now. It's amazing. It's just a really awesome big ass spoon. I use mine to make
I love my spoon.
I used mine to make bubble. I ended up giving it away, but maybe you'll get a bubble spoon. I can't make any promises, but I can say that Fictitious, you should send me a email, bcbubbleman@icloud.com. He's in there all the time, so I'm not worried about him not being a real dude. Sometimes you don't know. Like the first guy that won ever was Ben Inya. Ben Inya. I'm like, Ben Inya. I think it
Never
was
gonna die.
Etienne
Never
was
gonna
like,
die.
you know what that is, right? I'm like, oh shit, I didn't actually.
All right.
Smoking
Well,
some pretty powerful dabs here. Go ahead, Etienne.
I'm gonna continue the conversation.
Please.
What's also interesting, culturally, is because the OG also simultaneously came out of LA, but it also was, came through rap, through original gangster, and so there was a connotation through the culture that kind of latched on because it was around a similar time, which was the 90s, right? Especially, or mid 90s on. Oh, that's when, OG really was associated with Kush specifically. And I happened to be in LA and around and knew the people and met various, growers who had access to that genetic. But that's historically, something. But it's also interesting to look at, what's culturally current. And we saw that study the other day about in California how Blue Dream is sells twice the amount than any other cannabis in California. It got me to thinking, right? Because aspects of the culture, from being traditional, from being a dispensary guy, also being a guy who looks at it later, Colin. Why do you think or why would y'all think that would be the case? Is it because we know that there is limited genetic access in California, right? You can only get certain licensed things through licensed dealers, so there's only limited access to clones and genetics. So is it limited to genetic selection as well as selection choice, right? Um, and is it just due to its terpene profile? It seems to regulate with a large swath, right? We were talking the other day how, Blue Dream's been around 15 years, right? So it's been around. People either like it, hate it, one way or the other. People have a love-hate relationship with it. It's one of those things. However, just looking at statistics, and we know that statistics can be skewed, and I was looking at these concepts of how and why, because I see limited access of genetics through my dispensary, right, through limited genetics of seeds, as well as the few clone producers and what they produce. So that's kind of where my thought gravitates now after looking at OG's history, whereas Blue Dream's a little more amalgamous out there in the world. And why do you think that seems to be the dominant paradigm currently? Or any thoughts on the matter, or anybody give a fuck?
Blue Dream is what I noticed when we were doing the classification, and like even when Josh and those guys and the boys from SC did it on the the perps and the dreams or whatever they've called it. Blue Dream has essentially the same terpene profile as Ken's GDP and Granddaddy Perps, or the other Perps plant. Can't remember what the other Perps plant was in California. Maybe it was the Perps. But they're all in that same family, right? As is Skunk One. It's kind of just like, I think it's one of the sweeter, more wild type cannabis scents that you'd come across if you're going through,
But Ryan, wouldn't that mean that, I mean, Blue Dream in terms of effect is very different than GDP. And I remember that when you guys did that work, and to me that really points to that there's other things that contribute to effect and aroma that we
Well,
weren't.
we had two different Blue Dreams, and they were very similar. They both came from up in the same area, but they had the same terpene profile, except the dominant terpenes were flipped.
Mm.
And I remember being up on Spyrock, and they were talking about how they had these two different Blue Dreams. One with a really thin leaf that they could use an automatic trimmer for just because of the way that the flowers, the flowers were mostly bract, not a lot of leaf.
Well, I think this brings up an important point, which is that consumer experience can be very different than what analytical lab reports say. Because if you ask most consumers, they're not going to like most consumers that love GDP will hate Blue Dream. So whether they have the same profile or not, or whatever the other characteristics are, whether it's visual, cute, or otherwise, those consumers don't cross over very much at all. Yeah, that's the experience from the retail side, at least.
Fletch, you remember the quote? What is the quote? I'll probably bastardize this, but it's if you like Blue Dream, you don't know anything about cannabis, but if you hate Blue Dream, you don't know anything about cannabis.
Yeah, exactly. It was something
So,
like that. Yeah.
it's something weird. And to me, Blue Dream checks boxes for cultivators first. And that's always been the big one.
Exactly.
Everyone's always like, man, this is a grower's plant, right? So farmers like plants that farmers can grow.
Yeah.
But it's also it's not candy gas in a candy gas market, for one. It's got a fucking fantastic name that people have heard for decades and want to try. And I've worked with groups in multiple markets, and Blue Dream is very popular all over the country, like as a one plant. And
Yeah.
it's because, to me, it, for better or worse, it works, and it's kind of like working class weed. It's not too sleepy. It's not too stimulating. It's not racy like a haze. It's not sleepy like a heavy Afghani.
Not too
So
stinky.
yeah, not too stinky, not too this. It's kind of like a Budweiser it just
Yeah.
fits
Well,
in.
why are Granny Smith apples the most widely produced, or whatever? And it's like, well, it's exactly what you said. It's the exact intersection where the demands of the consumer meet the demands of the cultivator, right? And the plant that's where Blue Dream is, right at that point,
Yeah.
right? Where the economics makes sense for both the grower and the consumer to meet the needs of the consumer at the price they want, and the cultivator can supply it with that plant.
And I think that's why the work that Ryan was doing with NAPRO was so important, is because I think before you can create that real intersection, you have to look at the chemistry of the plant, to look at what are the desirable compounds that we're trying to bring to the people. And then you try to bring those to the people as efficiently as possible in growers' varieties. But like at some point, you have to have those lanes for the consumer, because at the broad end of the spectrum, cannabis is almost two different drugs. Like in the hybrid world, it really gets muddied. But at the broad end, there's one medicine that says, don't take this if you're prone to anxiety. There's another one that says, don't take this and operate heavy machinery, right? They're two different drugs. And then there's a lot in between where it crosses over. But for like at the very beginning of this whole world, we should have addressed that for the consumer's needs at the very least. And then all the other type 2, type 3, all the way up to type 5 stuff that is like, look, don't even smoke THC. But like if we had done that and create lanes for consumers. Then you can wiggle in and out of those lanes with aroma and all kinds of other stuff. But
the lanes were the cultivars. That's how it had basically designated itself, because
for
that
10
was
years or so, it felt that way for a while.
20 years,
Yeah.
I'd say,
Yeah.
early 2000 to 2015, 2020.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree. Yeah.
And then now it's all back to muddled again, kind of like it was before that era, because of, in my opinion, mostly just fraud in the marketplace.
hype and fraud.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good old hype and fraud. Brought to you by Hash Church 2026. Where we're smashing the
it was
hype
brought
and
to
the
you by
fraud.
the cannabis
exposed by,
community.
not brought to you by.
Thank you. I was just being silly, but yeah, holy shit. It's just crazy.
Well, it's just it's part of our history, right? It's part of what we're watching happen before us. It's been fascinating, just Blue Dream alone, right? It's just fascinating how polarized people can get just immediately around. I mean, look at people's reactions in chat, you know. I mean, they're visceral. I mean, people have it's the
Well,
PBR of, but people
let me
like
tell you,
beer.
the other Blue Dream that we had, the sibling, it must have been a sibling because it was such a close terpene profile, but it was the top two terpenes were flipped, and that made a big difference. Like it really did. It was like the plant wasn't near as a big producer, but it was a hell of a lot easier to process and trim, and the flowers had like almost no leaf on them, and they were pinene dominant with less myrcene as opposed to myrcene dominant with less pinene.
By
And
what percentage?
flipping those two terpenes, I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to go back and look. The just flipping the ratio of those two terps made a big difference in the effect of the plant. Pinene is one that really there's not enough pinene varieties in my opinion. It's one terpene that's like it really intersects with THC well in a energizing way, right? In a kind of focused way. Yeah.
Agreed.
So it's a shame that there's not more pinene varieties around.
You don't seem to lose the keys when the pinene is present.
It has a more of a stimulating kind of clearing effect, whereas myrcene it always kind of gives me the thud kind of down brain squash feeling.
The foggles.
Foggles for sure.
Which is the weird thing with that Cambodian plant, Ryan. It's dominant, completely dominant in myrcene, completely absent of terpenoline, super high in THC, feels like it's 30% THC, smokes like a 15%er,
It's
dominant
30? That's a 30.
30% THC, smokes like,
And you won't lose your keys either.
and you won't lose your keys. And it smokes like a stimulating yet slightly relaxing, not edgy and racy like a haze. But to me, it was such an eye opener, which was like, yes, myrcene is myrcene and it does what it does. But there's so much other to that Afghan profile, whether it's thiols or indoles or whatever the fuck it is. There's this plant is a myrcene dominant high THC plant that has no Afghan aroma attributes to it. And it has very little Afghan attributes to the effect either, which makes me feel like maybe there's some of that stuff shaping the effect more than we thought. That myrcene is the indicator of Afghan, right? But then there's all the other stuff that we weren't testing for, don't understand, or just all the above. So it's so complicated. That's my point. It's just so fucking complicated to deliver this to a consumer.
And
that
it's
you have to
subjective.
you got to dumb it down to the point where the industry has already figured it out. So the consumer can just like what you're doing. Look at the color on the label. You're a blue person, buy the blue weed. Like some way to simplify to get them closer to what they're trying to get out of cannabis, which can be many things. Like I like to smoke different types of weed at different types of the day, you know. So it's weird because I really do feel like it is an industry thing that has to figure out. And before industry, and we didn't get any support from ag, we're not an ag product. So
I think specific cultivars is still the best method to stratify it, like you're saying. Because it's just like look at the grocery aisle. right? It's all varieties of or cultivars of fruit. It's not, oh, you like the orange flavored mangoes, get these four kinds or what it's like trying to stratify it into lesser amounts. I think the easier thing is where we started in the more modern situation, which is named cultivars. And trademarks, I think, are the main thing preventing us from having this consistency in the marketplace.
What do you mean? Well, I mean that's kind of why I keep saying these, like the plant patent. Sorry, is it gives you all that stuff. Like part of the registration process is you get the name.
For UPOF.
No, for the USPTO.
Well,
Right,
you
but
can't use the
well,
name. You can't
it
use the
can't,
name in
it's not
commerce
for
though.
recreational though,
Yeah, you
right?
can't
Is
use,
my point.
no, you can't use it for interstate commerce. It's still, there's no trademark cannabis
Correct.
that can move from state to state at all.
Well,
That's
there's no cannabis that can move from state to state.
That's why you can't have a trademark.
that's
That's
what
the
we're
whole
getting
point.
at is
Right,
that's
but
the
if
main
you
thing
but the
holding
plant
cultivars back from having this market dominance for whatever it is because you don't have trademark registration because we don't have interstate commerce and federal
you
registration
don't
for it.
need the trademark though because the naming rights go along with the registration process of the plant.
Yeah, but you can't, there's no name I
It'll
can
be
put on the
great if you
plant.
file it in Canada, but
No, no,
and it would
look
apply,
at the
but
USPTO. Like Lemon Crush is patented. It's called the patent's called a patent called
It's,
or a plant called Lemon Crush.
but I know, but Ryan, that's in the patent application, but it's not defendable in court. If someone else sells another lemon crush, you can't hit them for trademark violations. Anyone can call any plant they want lemon crush and get away with it. So that's the issue. They can call, anybody can call it sour diesel and there's no recourse.
Yeah, and good luck trying to enforce such a patent.
that's
Good luck.
that's my point.
Damn, Dr. Mark coming in just on 10 after being so quiet like
With the
all
echo.
day. Just
It's
came
not
in
all
on
that.
fucking 10, bro. That was amazing. I got headphones on. I was awake.
But yeah, that's the biggest thing holding back, in my opinion, breeders, cultivators, people that are making selections and branding and products that are branded and consistent and not being ripped off and defrauded and everything else. And that's the only way I'm aware of to give a consistent experience to the consumer because the consumer today at least has grown up on this. The clone should be the same no matter where I go. So like even sisters from the same, even well-bred line will likely be too different for a lot of consumers. Not the average consumer, but for the 10 or 20% that gives a shit, or 5%, whatever percentage you want to call it. But that 5 or 10% is where actually people that are passionate about the plant are going to have an actual business. And in the rest of the market, it's going to be a race to the bottom for being whatever the best Blue Dream is. It could even be Blue Dream from seed from some, highly bred, consistent seed variety, yields way better. And that's what the best selling variety in the world is. But no one's going to own Blue Dream at that point. And at the end of the day, what most large corporations are going to want is to have proprietary IP that has a discernible consumer for and a predictable consumer base.
Mic drop.
I guess.
Joint puff.
But that's going to be the toughest thing for cultivators, in my opinion, to overcome, right? Because it's like let's say a cultivator does invest in breeding their own variety. They find it, they try to produce it only themselves, and then everybody just rips the name off, grow it poorly, sours the trademark, essentially the brand value in the marketplace, and they never really get it off the ground. And that is the reality for a lot of good varieties these days. They're good, they just get killed before they even make it.
What are you smoking on, Fletch?
It's 111G, which is lemon peel crossed with Blue Dream cookies. So I'm smoking Blue Dream right here. But that, a lot of interesting combinations like that. It's just, explore what may or may not come out of it. You find a good selection from something and hybridize it and see what comes out. And this thing, it almost smells and tastes like hairspray, kind of like a blueberry hairspray. It's very astringent, kind of
Aquanetish undertones.
very Aquanetish. It's the making your soul glow.
Dude, the making your soul glow. That's fucking
That's the one
hilarious.
thing I think about when I look at your hairstyle, Fletch, is hairspray.
Oh,
Let it shine. I might need to get some like wax and polish the thing.
There's a terp for that.
get it buffed out. Bunch of bald white males on this show.
But yeah, I think that's the reality for cultivars is that we have to move in a direction where we give breeders and cultivators an incentive to actually invest in that space. That's the toughest part right now, and I think that's why we see so little innovation as things get ripped off too quick for anybody to monetize it in a manner that makes doing the kind of work that Ryan really advocates for, which I totally believe is you should use every tool available to you. The difference is a lot of what we need in cannabis seems to be qualitative based and not as much quantitative. But using quantitative to support your qualitative assessments is really the key to doing the best work. And
Somebody said
we're,
that to
we're
me.
simply not getting enough of that because it's difficult to monetize it at a level that justifies the time and expense that type of innovation would require.
Somebody said the same thing to me today. I've had that argument many times over the last 10 years that it's like, oh, we do it more based on art, not science, art and flavor and intuition. It's like, man, I have all that stuff too. I just have the science on top of it
Exactly.
to help it overlay. Like it's just another way of overlaying info on the same number.
Tools in the quiver.
I'm increasingly convinced as we have these conversations that the people that are advocating for these bad breeding practices are just not growing enough plants to even be able to see the spread. Right?
Exactly.
Like if you're growing a tent worth of plants, it's like you're on 12 plants or 20 plants. It's like you really can't see, you know, all the patterns that you need, right? To see to be able to understand how a trait is inherited or a set of traits are inherited.
Qualitative is sufficient to find a plant you can work with, but without quantitative, it's extremely difficult, if not impossible, to kind of recreate that magic without having the exact plants that you started with.
Yeah, well, even when you
Whereas
understand
with the
it, it's just
quantitative,
like
you actually can dig into what you have and work it.
I mean, even if you just look at the data on the flavor that I put forth last week with the terps being one layer, that you're already into like a 1 to a 4 situation there. Then you've got your thiols and your esters and your aldehyde layers. It's like right there, you're into, 1 in 200 or 1 in 128 plants, or, like the numbers already go up pretty quickly for assorting all those combinations of traits when you're just chasing scent, right? So it's, yeah. If you're growing a 10 pack, you're really playing the lottery whether you're actually even seeing the special combinations or not.
Absolutely.
So
It's literally like going to the ticket counter and going, should I buy 100 tickets of one type of lottery ticket or should I buy 10 of 10 different ones? And it's essentially the same odds to a certain degree, given if all the tickets have the same odds of winning in the first place,
yeah.
right? So
Hey,
it's really just you're fucking around until you've found something or have figured something out.
And bag seed, why bag seed has created so many impactful cultivars is because someone already selected that female for being great and grew it over and over again. It was
Yeah.
already a winner. It was a winner. It wasn't a hunt. It was a lucky gem that popped out of a winner, and you just put it in the ground, and luckily you got something that was even better. But it wasn't about, all the OG, the sour, the Chem, all of it, probably Blue Dream, probably almost everything that's on the market came from these small populations, but it was really that winner first. That's the whole point, right?
Yeah.
On the shoulders of giants, outliers.
I like
that's
that.
right. That's
Let's
right.
maybe potentially end it on that note. That was a solid 4 hours. Really good conversation. I do have a haze panel planned here in the near future. I got a couple of people. If there's other people you think I should be inviting, just hit me up on my email, bcbubbleman at iCloud. But I want to do a narrow leaf drug cultivar haze sort of special where we just talk about haze for 4 hours. I think it is due for certain. So that's coming up here in the near future. And as always, I wanted to thank the press club for being so generous with giveaways and such. Stoked for Fictitious Freedom to have won today. And thank you to Puffco as well. I mean, shit, you guys are keeping us laced up and puff these things every which way I go, everywhere I am. Enjoyed them on Whistler Mountain, Blackcomb Mountain, actually, the other day. Quite lovely. As well as sitting on my couch. This is the ultimate couch tool right here when you're laid back and you don't want the pipe turning at an angle or anything. I'm telling you, this Gandalf pipe is the one. So shout out to those guys for lacing it up, keeping us all really mainstreaming dabbing is in a big way. I feel like the more people get into appreciation of flavors and effects, the more our conversations will have meaning and potentially reason to exist further along than our own insanity. But thank you to the viewers who watched. We had almost 300 people watching for the full show. Really appreciate that. Nice to see you, Mojave. Thanks for popping in. I know that you don't always have the time, as well as you, Fletch. You don't get to make it every time, so it's appreciative. Thanks to Caleb for showing up early and starting us off with that very interesting graph on Indian Charas, and Dr. Mark coming in and tripping out on the CBC, and Ryan for his in-depth breeding conversations again today, and of course Etienne and Collin, and geez, everyone. Thank you so much. Hash Church, another episode next week, season 12, episode 6. We'll be here. Peace out, everybody.
Bye, everybody.